Alright, folks, welcome back. It is day 169 with Duolingo Japanese, and I have some summaries and some things to say this time around. So, as a way, let's write this out. Right, I'm gonna do something a little bit different today just to get back up to speed. I generally don't return and hit the same pace. You gotta lean in. I'm more of a lean in person. So, as you can see, there are things to talk about. So today, you can see this number right here. It's at 172. Let's talk about this. So the streak was at 172. And today it will be 173. However, we're going to keep the listing or record convention as the number of streams, right? So today is number 169. Right, 169. I was away from Thursday. I was away from Thursday to today, so we're gonna not include today because today is a stream day. I was away from Thursday to Sunday, including Thursday and Sunday, right? That gives us 4 days, so there's a 4-day gap, and in that 4-day gap I did notice some things. So I finally tried the mobile version of Duolingo, and I noticed some really interesting things that I'm either quote-unquote missing out or doing something in replacement of it, right? So I used it largely to do the one or two sessions. I was able to squeeze in maybe like actually only 1 or 2 lessons because I wanted to mess around with the mobile side of things. And I noticed a lot of things that now I can appreciate what people are referring to. So one little big thing that I noticed is that there's an ad at the end of every lesson. And yeah, I get it. There's a ad at the end of every lesson. So yeah, I can definitely see what people are talking about when it comes to that. It is pretty aggressive towards pushing for super, right? I noticed it's consistent, happens all the time, and that we'll get that out of the way, right? Thanks, Lotus.
What's up, MAKU? How was the con?
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit. So, currently, right? During the convention, during Otakon, I tried out mobile Duolingo, and yeah, this part I understand. That's kind of rough. Add at the end of every lesson, that's pretty wicked. That explains the high super. Now the question is, now I'm having a funny thing because they might be blocked. So all the Duolingo encoded, right? The Duolingo encoded ads still play. And I'm all for that. I'm okay if they play. Like I said before, I've talked about the desktop version. I do selectively use ad block for like various reasons. Usually that does not include YouTube because how YouTube models work. And then if there's a Duolingo ad, I either drink something, do resting. So I don't know. Oh, you think they do different ad distribution on mobile? Okay. Because on the desktop version, I don't think the ad block is actually doing anything. And it's encoded. the ad is encoded into the thing. So when it plays, it's like less than a second reaction time, or I just let it play because it's a Duolingo ad. I don't mind Duolingo ads. It's the product I'm using, generally speaking. So on the other hand, on the mobile front, I got several different types of ads, but largely a lot of them seem to be a little bit targeted. It's maybe because the ads, I can see what the audience is and distribution. Actually, I do like watching ads every once in a while because I want to know what their target audience is, what kind of algorithm are they using targeted ads and stuff. Yeah, and I think they used a Google ad system for the Android ones. Yeah, for sure. And it seems like the ads are typically, I think it lines up with the target audience for the most part. The funny thing here is the one ad type that I got the most, I'm already using that app. And what app is that? It's Hearthstone. I have already played, and like I'm still a current person. I'm a closed beta to present day player of Hearthstone. So that's the ad I got like 90% of the time. It's like, all right, well, I mean, but it takes a long time because it's like 30 seconds. I only do BG now, just BG. I used to play standard, and I used to do arenas. And then when BG came around, it was pretty much BG all day, every day. I still do standards for quests. So I do like standards for all the quest stuff. Yeah, I really like BG. I think BG is probably an unpopular opinion, but BG is the core. BG is like a great hybrid between cash and hard, right? It's like that wonderful balance between you can still be casual and have fun, and you can still be hardcore and still have fun, and still be like there's not that gigantic disparity where hardcore people can find it unfun because of casuals, and then casuals can find it unfun because of hardcore, right? Standard and all the other ones, like they try to do dual, right? Duo was there are a lot of things they experiment, but Hearthstone has been a long legacy of mine. So that's besides the point. Let's refocus back on Duolingo. So this can be rough. Now I can understand. I definitely can appreciate how people have that impression of super, right? The super push. I get it now. That's a side of my experience that will happen 2 or 3 times a year because I will use the mobile app if and when I'm away from my desktop. But for all intents and purposes, it is only reflective of the frequency I would use Duolingo when I'm out and about. Basically, is to do like 1 or 2 lessons for the day. That's it. So effectively, that means at most I will watch 1 to 2 ads for this reason. Now it gets even hairier because I've learned that yeah, there are a lot of feature sets that are different as well. So I like the random event things. The random event things are awesome. Now it is also a gem sync, which is interesting because now gems have more functionality. On the desktop, gems basically have next to 0 functionality outside of, you know, your classic legends and that's it. Legends. That's more or less. I mean, if you refill hearts, I mean, in both cases you can refill hearts with practice. Although then if you refill hearts with practice, it ends up giving you more ads as opposed to the desktop version, which doesn't give you more ads, right? It's like every 10 or 20 lessons. So when you're refilling hearts, you won't notice that too. So it keeps feeding back to the ads thing. So all the things we're saying, we're gonna see how it feeds back to that behavior, like encountering the ads and then doing this. On mobile, you get 2 hearts per practice by watching an extra ad. Oh, okay. And then there's more gem offerings, right? So there are more achievements, which I kind of like. I was very tempted in my busy schedule, to do the achievements. I might low-key do the achievements on my spare time because I like that. That stuff is fun. It encourages me to swap up my ritual every once in a while. So that's kind of neat. So the random event stuff is super neat. That does not exist in desktop. The 2 that I tried out was the matching one, which is basically the word feature. Only then it's timed, right? It's timed. And that gives me a little exhilaration, right? And if you have super, you can extend the time, and there are time extenders and all that stuff. So there's a lot of gamification for sure. And then you can extend XP bonus. You can extend XP bonus for the cost of gems, or maybe you can do it habitually with super. I have no idea. I don't have super at the time. So there's all those other things. So definitely a lot of gamification that I'm not used to. This may or may not hurt the bottom line of someone who's compulsorily like fixated on specific aspects, right, of gamification. For me, the desktop version, because of the lack of those features, I think would discourage someone who has a temptation for that kind of thing, or like in absence of it wouldn't encourage temptation, so to speak. Doesn't necessarily discourage. Sorry, I misspoke a little. So, and then there's like, you can watch an ad every hour for like 10 gems. Yeah, I can definitely see how they're going about this. There's the night owl thing, right? The night owl or the riser thing, where you have the day split into halves, right? Halves, bonuses for halves. There's also, I saw that there was like a happy hour thing, which gives you bonus 30%, 33% XP, which can then be stacked onto an XP bonus. There's quite an intense extra for gamification. And now I kind of understand a little bit of how other people's comments about, oh yeah, but I like this kind of thing and doing the score thing, which is completely void in the desktop version. Like, the desktop version is pretty vanilla when it comes to currency stacking bonuses and stuff. So it led to a routine that really did not predicate on that. So all of this said, it's pretty cool. Like, and there's like a friend streaks, which I didn't use because I'm not gonna be on mobile, right? Friend streaking, like, I don't know what that is. That might be like a Fitbit kind of thing where you encourage each other by having a host of friends and have streaks. I have no idea. So there was that. There's more, like, I saw Manifest mentioned this before, which is apps on desktop, which is like sentence sharing. I quite like it. I think the sentence sharing is hilarious. There was one, what was the prompt? It was something like, I'm not a cow, so I don't drink milk. I'm not a calf, so I don't drink milk. I think that's hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. I think it was a Japanese sentence, actually. Someone got the prompt, translate, I'm not a calf, so I don't drink milk. That is absolutely hilarious. I haven't ever seen something that absurd before from Duolingo yet. So that sentence sharing, that's pretty cool. And you can type comments. So you can type comments to people's share, which you can't do on the desktop. There's so many things that I'm not going to say I missed out. I don't think I missed anything. I usually don't. um, think of what could be, but more like interesting observations. Is it enough for me to say I want to like BlueStack Duolingo so that I can stream Duolingo using BlueStack or some sort of emulation, right? Like a capture device? Nah, not really. I'm generally gonna, for all intents and purposes, I'm going to stick to the desktop because learning is the priority, not what a tool can do for me. So it's nice to see all these features. It's also to witness some different ad designs and stuff. However, as I've said before, learning is about sufficiency. And then when you have that sufficiency, you learn to develop and integrate other things. It doesn't have to come in a prescribed manner. This does bring me closer to the experience that I feel a large majority of people have. And it's pretty warranted. The ad distribution is incredibly aggressive. And it's aggressive enough to be an ever-present nuisance to the point it drives super subscription. I get that. It's a little bit, it's getting closer to like the current aggressiveness that streaming services have, like Amazon Prime and Netflix and Hulu, where it's ever encroaching to a frequency that you might start being pressured psychologically to hit that higher tier, that extra cost, right? And that is very tough to swallow on the mobile app. I will definitely concede that if you don't have an experience like me with ads, then you're probably one of the mobile users. On desktop is very, very substantially non-intrusive. So back to my review of like the super stuff, the 2-week super trial. I think that was maybe 25 days ago, plus more than 25 days ago. I take back, I need to make a disclaimer. The desktop version does not pressure you into super feature. I definitely would say humbly that I retract my statement if I gave the impression that the ads were not a problem for Duolingo in general. I actually think it is habitually a bit, it's kind of intrusive to me as well. And I have an interest in ad distribution. Like, I watch ads every like 2 or 3 months on a service that has ads or not have ads, because I want to see what the ad system or the ad pool is like, right? To stay topical, to understand what businesses are looking after, how are they doing things, just glean from that. However, the way Duolingo's mobile app is being done, that is incredibly aggressive. Like, I don't know what their goal was. Maybe they assume, maybe they're presuming that they have statistics that back like the average Duolingo person only does 1 or 2 lessons, so 1 or 2 ads is fine per ad. It doesn't discourage. There is one thing to be said though. Daily quests, there's a little contradiction between the expectations for daily quests. This is my last commentary on Duolingo mobile. Briefly, I might do a little bit, look around a little bit more off stream perhaps. One thing I do have a concern about is the daily quests would contradict what I'm saying, what I just said about perhaps the ads, 1 ad per lesson is acceptable because they're expecting 1 or 2 lessons. Because the daily quest that I had when I was on mobile was, one of them was complete a unit. That doesn't scream to me that they were expecting a person to watch 1 ad per lesson. That screamed to me they were expecting reasonably one person to watch one ad every 6 lessons, or like one complete set. So I think it's actually a little too aggressive. If you have daily quests, daily, mind you, they're not weekly, daily, as in you want to have a design that seems less intrusive for ad distribution while pushing your audience to achieve something. It give you the complete no, I didn't even get there. I'm being reasonable. I'm meeting halfway, Lotus. Not even halfway. I'm meeting a third the way. Like, I can see someone compromising. If you're too close or too far, it doesn't give you that quest. Oh, okay. So if you're too far or too close, are you sure? Because I got it here. So it's at least close to the 50% portion. You see how it's like half? It's a little over half. So I'm at like 60%. This is about 60% of the workload per unit. Yeah, so about 50-50. I think that's too intrusive. That's because if you think about it, that means you're getting an average of, let's just say the average is 10 units, 10 lessons. That's 10 ads to complete that one quest. And that's the highest. We're using the highest point, which is the complete one unit. You still have like complete 5 lessons. That's like half of the things. And then there's like complete 3 perfect lessons, which is a little bit lower. So they have the full range, but at the top was complete a unit, which is around a little over 50%. So you're expected to complete 10 lessons on average. That's 10 ads. I would say I would concede and meet in the middle. 1 ad maybe every 3. There are definitely a ton of ads without super. Basically the only reason I have it. Yeah. So I think that's really aggressive. If anyone have broken this down for me, I would say it's pretty aggressive. Oh, for sure. On the desktop side, you would probably see an ad if you finish almost an entire unit. You might see an ad. Or like you aggressively do kanji or Hanzi exercise like me, you might be able to see an ad. And it's a Duolingo ad, right? So, that's so crazy. So it is a little bit, I don't have any defense for this. I think reasonably having predetermined ad periods at the end of a unit is okay. Like end of a set. Maybe I don't know. I would need way more numbers and more descriptions, but at first initial impressions, it's pretty aggressive, and it does push people towards super, for sure. In December, they do a sale where they give super for like 60% off on the annual. Oh, okay. I think they get a lot of people. Yeah, okay. That sounds a little bit predatorial. However, I can see that being does the 60% only apply on the individual plan, or does it also apply to the family plan? That might be even hotter. I would concede if they took 60% off of a family plan. That would be a compromise in between. If they started that and locked people in for a year. Because if they do family plan, that's a hot sale. That to me would tell me that the aggressive ad distribution may be offset by holding such a strong sale at the end of the year. So what they're doing is they're kind of getting like the investors to invest forward, as well as trying the best to fit a model that can produce regular revenue, but at the same time, for loyalists, they would get a lot of that investment forward back. from the time, right? I'm not sure about 60% off the individual plan. I think that's not enough. I don't think that's enough. However, you could think about it like it's 60% off of millions of users, and that's kind of like throwing casuals under the bus and then pre-selecting for loyalists, right? And that, I guess that works. It works for Netflix and all the others. I still think it's hard to defend that it is not just that it doesn't become disruptive. I can't defend that. It's very intrusive the way it is now. So I'm still on the desktop though, so that's a disclaimer. It's not intrusive on the desktop. Maybe they're not actually making a lot, or their ad distribution has different rules on a desktop than mobile. I don't know any of this type of thing because I don't develop apps. The way it is now, having an ad break your lesson over and over again, it's a loss leader for them. Yes, I think so too. I wasn't gonna be as aggressive as saying that outright, but I'm pretty sure the desktop version bleeds out. The desktop version is an investment forward. They are absorbing the cost of the desktop version to migrate people to a mobile version out of like sheer routine. So the idea is maintaining the desktop version is a cost. It's a cost to spreading more exposure. I can definitely see that the desktop version is a loss. Like they're operating and supporting the version at a loss. They probably get a lot of schools using the desktop version, exactly, as well. So I think it's great PR the way they're potentially redistributing their operational costs for the desktop version. What does that mean though? That also means that there's like a bimodal distribution of experiences. On the one hand, you have, I have to make a really big caveat though. I'm not a mobile user. So what I mean is I don't use mobile apps, like these type of mobile apps, these types. So I don't actually know what the psychological standard is, these apps, right? These types of apps. It may actually fall within the realm of psychological normalization, as in people are used to this type of thing. Because even back in the day when I tried out some other mobile apps, it's kind of like that. It's like very intrusively egregious, where you're being reminded nearly at the completion of every single like session kind of thing. You say it's pretty standard for free mobile apps, okay, and I think that is the one big caveat, because what I say is relatively egregious, like intrusive, is largely due to my inexperience. I'm not someone who have a lot of experience with free mobile apps, so I have no idea what is considered normalization, and this might be well receptive. Now to justify something, or like to some perspective, the desktop version, I don't have anything to say but fondness when it comes to operational costs. A model like this, and I've said this in the review like over 30 days ago, a model like this, you're bleeding money, in my opinion. Like, you're hemorrhaging money. However, it's kind of like YouTube, it's kind of like Twitch. They have the side of them that operates for revenue consumption at a cost of operations. So like the user side, those who, okay, that's all gone, but that's fine. We don't need any of that anymore. So on the user side, on very specific user side, platforms like YouTube and Twitch and stuff, they operate at a loss, right? And then on the other side, where the groups that are very targeted, those individuals will have a very different experience, right? Do I mind ads? I actually don't. I still don't mind ads. How does it feel if it's like 1,000 days later? I would probably moderate my activity with the thing so that my ad exposure is normalized to my threshold, right? As opposed to brute forcing and working against the system, right? So it is targeted towards those people though who don't, right? And it's an ambivalent thing. So that's enough about Duolingo Mobile. There are lots of things that most definitely would get me a super. Now, here's a thing that I'm not sure. If you subscribe to the desktop super, that's not separate from the mobile super, right? If you have mobile super, then you have desktop super, right? They're not like two separate things, right, Lotus? I don't know if you can probably answer most of these questions because I know that you have used it for much longer. Oh, you get both. Okay, fair enough. So in a way, even if they're operating at a loss for the desktop version, I think the adoption from the desktop version may still end up contributing to a super subscription, which overlaps between the two platforms, like the two. So it might be working for them. I can earnestly say though, it's a very slim margin from all my desktop experience that this current Duolingo, if it was desktop only, the way it is now, it would totally not make any money. The money would not be sufficient to keep up this operation. Like there's no drop in the bucket. Like I can't even foresee. You can't maintain an operation like this the way they were going about it. The mobile thing, after using it for one or two lessons and then one or two feature moving around for like 4 days, I understand how they're funding this now. So I have a better, I guess, a more balanced perspective on where they're getting, how they're offsetting the operation costs of the desktop version. Do I encourage people to use the desktop version? If you're in front of the computer, heck yeah. It's really wonderful. I almost feel like the mobile app is a companion for the desktop version. In an ideal world, the desktop version would have all the bells and whistles and still have the same ad distribution, which would probably completely destroy their economics for supporting the app. 500 million? Okay, 500 million on subscriptions. Yeah. I think that would enormously tank if they try to redistribute and make desktop the main killer app. Total revenue is 531. Yeah, that is pretty much the vast majority of their revenue. Yep. And I'm guessing the others is more like looked up it because they're an IPO, so you can look it up. Yeah. And I'm guessing the rest is like merchandising, probably their channels, right? Their channels and whatnot through other partnerships, but probably just merchandise, which is a small drop in the bucket because their merchandise is not rotating. It's memorabilia, so it's a one-time purchase. So it's a lifetime purchase kind of thing. So it would only come out to be proportional to however many new people that come on as fans. So merchandising is probably even a smaller amount than their channel, their ad revenue from their channels as well. Probably ads is the majority of the difference, but I'm sure basically anything that deals with ad revenue, right? Yeah, so that's all that can be said, right? It's a gamification language learning app that has to fit into a model in the world of live service, as opposed to an app that is selling guarantees on lessons purchased. I get that people are very enthusiastic about buying classes and buying textbooks and whatnot. It kind of feels, in my opinion, the whole like masterclass looking for influencer stuff and then the next hot trend is a reflection of what the AI trend is like, where it's new only because it's repackaged for a generation that is not familiar with where it came from. What do master classes and influencer tailored books and lessons look like before the digital age? Your colleges. Yeah, no, there were gem purchases in differences as well. Yeah, gem purchases. Yeah, exactly. So to me, they just have to operate differently, and I think that makes them stick out quite a lot. Anyways, enough about Duolingo Mobile. Maybe I'll have more commentary as I steep on it. I didn't have too much time to think about it in conventions. So today we're going to go into our lesson. So with that in mind, so I've been 4 days out. And no, I did not, as usual. Life is fantastic. I focus on the task at hand. And that means I basically did not review whatever it is that I was doing. So I basically took a 4-day break from it and see how well. So instead of doing like a recall today, I'm gonna review and get back up to speed. So that's how we're gonna approach today's session. We're gonna review, complete this lesson set after the review. So instead of a recall, switch to reviewing, and then we'll talk about the convention a little bit. I kind of talked about the convention already during the Neverwinter stream because Kat asked me about it. Interestingly enough, I think some of the hot takes, we'll do like a quick hot take, and then we'll talk about it some more as I'm going. Well, I'll probably talk about random stories as we go from the convention. Some hot takes from Otakon. I had to say the one highlight from my little like monologue from Neverwinter was that conventions are a special cultural sphere. I'm gonna say it's a very special cultural sphere. I think it's a place with non-normalized like social behavior to some extent, right? And I wanted to make these hot takes related to language learning, just the language learning part. So it's interesting that I want to highlight that if you're a language learner, right, and you learned quite a bit already, if you want a special cultural sphere which has non-normalized social behavior, and you happen to be a language learner of Asian languages, I'm trying to make this related to Japanese and Chinese. I think in Asian pop culture convention that has enough for international appeal, which that includes Otakon. It is an excellent place to try out your language skills. And the reason why I'm mentioning this, because you asked, Lotus, I talked about our conversation we had earlier before about the airplane, serendipitous serendipitous meetups. Like you bump into someone very serendipitously in public. I know that technically a convention is public. However, it's socially inclusive. Inclusive while publicly exclusive. What does that mean? Is my way of saying when you decide to select yourself and go to a convention, you are socially included for all your predilections, right? However, it is exclusive to the public, right? It's exclusive to the public because it only selects for a specific type of people who want to be socially inclusive. And what I mean by that is, as I was looking around and I was walking around, I thought about, the language learning that I have done so far. And while I didn't have the time to engage in all the opportunities, as I was walking and doing my thing and walking back and forth, I've noticed that this is a wonderful playing ground to find a socially inclusive place for non-normalized social behavior. So for example, the thing we talked about where, oh yeah, like if you meet a Japanese person, you meet maybe a Chinese person and you want to like interact with them in a public space, you'll probably get very short, publicly appropriate responses. As in the irony, I guess the paradox here is, while you're a language learner and you want to interact with someone who is a native speaker, right, to test or like to engage and show, it's often not an appropriate place. It's a non-appropriate place. We're not saying it's an inappropriate place, as in like it's offensive or anything. It's not culturally normative, right? It's not you don't have casual conversations on a plane from Asian cultures a lot of times. It's not the social norm. You can still get the greetings and all the things you work with. However, in a convention, the appropriateness is no longer public. It's socially inclusive, but it's not exclusively public. As in, when you go to a convention, you get this feeling as you walk around that everyone is ready, or they're even more ready than they usually are, to engage in regular conversation, in pleasantries, in your usual things. So what I've witnessed, which I don't usually think about this because last year I didn't learn any languages, right? I didn't have an urge or a focus to like engage in conversation or listen to other people's conversations. At this convention, I've came across multiple Chinese native speakers and Japanese speakers, and they regularly interact with different languages. They go back and forth. You can hear them talking between their peers in whatever language they prefer, and it's usually a mix of using English as the common language and Japanese as they're cosplaying and all that. They regularly do code swapping and meeting and compromising, even based on their parental culture. So it's very socially inclusive. So it's not weird for you to find Japanese people and Chinese people who are behaving outside their social standards or like their social things. So we're talking about things like, wow, people during the Asian people during the daytime socializing with random strangers all the time at a convention. So to me, that is something to be experienced. it's really weird. Like I haven't really paid attention too much until these recent past days, where it's very humbling, or it almost makes me like weep inside a little, where I can see that you have internationals who come to the convention who like embraces the idea of their quote unquote nightlife or their personal life, like in the privacy of their own home, kind of thing. You can see how open they are to being friendly during a time that they don't normally have. With all that said, to me, the temptation was wild to get caught up in a conversation with like a person who's randomly speaking Japanese to their friends and stuff. But the one thing is, I wasn't ready. I wasn't really ready for that, and also I can't have conversations all the time because I was in an operating position where you can exchange really small short conversations. However, you have to keep moving along. Otakon is really busy, and where I work is incredibly busy, nonstop, because I do registration. So 46,000 plus people entered, and I might have seen like 30,000 of them. I don't know. My uptime was pretty high. So broke a new record. It was great. The nice thing I got to do was I got to hear conversations all the time, and it was a lot of the similar stuff, like, oh yeah, like we wait here, you know. So I heard, you know, very common phrases like, oh, this is the line, which I could listen to, right? We know how to say line, or we wait in the line here. And it's like, I understand, like, wakarimashita, you know, wakarimashita was everywhere. And then, you know, you hear like sumimasen and every like here and there, and then you hear all the language learners, like, you know, because it's a convention, so you have lots of secondary people who learn language, and you get to hear them like interact a lot. Like it was really nice. Your usual Chinese comes up all the time, which I have grown very accustomed to. I'm listening, but I didn't partake, obviously, for the reason. And Spanish. So it was really nice. I actually highly recommend, if you like pop culture, Asian pop culture, one place you can definitely spend like a litmus test. We'll call it a litmus test. If you ever plan like one gathering and you're a language learner who likes Asian languages, right? I think heading to a big convention that deals with Asian pop culture, whichever it is. I'm not saying Otakon. This is unique to Otakon, where it centers around specific things. Going to a convention really is a wonderful, unique, non-normalized part of people's lives. It's kind of like networking, in the sense of it's a networking opportunity that is not just an internet chat room, right? I'm not saying that's a bad place, or it's a different way. It's a different way to meet someone from a different country, then engage in the internet. It's kind of like a weird meet and greet. And I'm gonna try that next year. We're going to try that next year. I'm actually looking forward to it. That's pretty much how I'm going to integrate my Otakon experience with my current language learning. I think leveraging nonverbal communication, a common interest, like Asian pop culture conventions are incredible. And that's what I've been brainstorming a lot of times. Outside of that, it went well, Lotus. Like I don't think anything stuck out particularly. It was the 30th anniversary. I have lots and lots of photos in the Discord channel. So the stuff that I actually did that was part of the convention is all highlighted in the in the photos. I went to the dealer's room, did my market research. I went to dealer's room, look at what is trending, maybe get some prop ideas and things for language learning. And I went to the artist alley to look at all the trending artwork, like because my Inktober is coming up and I want to farm different styles and stuff and see what I can do in the artwork front. And then this is pretty much what I was thinking about most of the time, how I could make language learning be something even bigger part next year. I gathered a lot of information, spent a lot of time observing people and how people interact, and it's genuinely wonderful. It makes me want to go. I already mentioned this earlier. It makes me want to go to conventions in other countries because they're either going to confirm this, where it's a special cultural blending where there's like non-normalized social behavior. So if you go like a Japanese convention, it might not be too dissimilar from this, where you're self-selecting into a place where people are liberated from their social behavior, right? Like their typical decorum. Because I think in this place, it might not turn out this way. I'm just thinking about the possibilities. It could be very formal and social and whatnot because it's in Japan or China. In the United States, if you want to meet the most self-selected, friendly people from Asian countries in their like most sociable state, usually you can probably bump into them in an American Asian pop culture convention. And it makes it all that more wonderful next year, where I basically have no qualms with approaching someone and say, hey, where are you guys from? Right? We can ask all these questions in English, like, or not in English, but in Japanese. Hey, where are you guys from? Are you enjoying the convention here? Like, since I'm going to be working at the convention, right? How are you doing? What are you doing here? Like, do you mind if we try to speak some Japanese? And right, like, and tell them that I speak English, but we have a conversation in Japanese. I have a little time. I can show you around the convention, that kind of thing. There's so many ways to approach this. So I'll probably spend the next year preparing to interact with peeps. The ideas are like just rolling off my head. So to say that my experience with going to Otakon has changed dramatically, on top of seeing all the smiling faces, of course, of everyone else, you still have Italian, German speaker. Like, Asian pop culture is substantially multicultural in many ways. So conventions in general. So it's a really good. Don't worry, you'll be writing a thesis in Nihongo next year. Okay. Here's an interesting deep cut that I thought. I think I might be becoming a little snob. Okay, I'm getting a little bit snobby. A little bit snobby. And some of the people I work with, occasionally they would like say anime phrases. Let's just say they say anime phrases or like anime commentary, right? But it's to everyone else who the large majority, well, you largely have to be American in order to like be readily available to work. When they said things, I thought to myself, is my pitch accent that bad too? And so whenever I hear my like fellow volunteers, right, they would say things like sumimasen, and I'm like thinking, I hope I like do I actually sound like that? So there are times where I'm like, it makes me smile, but at the same time it makes me start to think, ooh, I might not want to end up sounding like that. so, so in that front, I think it's both funny and like I just like the idea that everyone is so passionately shameless. Like conventions are so good, and also as a bittersweet thing, um, I'm still sobering up. I'm still sobering up from conventions. I don't know, Lotus, if you ever been to a like a 3 to 4 day convention, but the sobering up period can hit pretty hard. Like for a lot of people, it can hit you really hard after it's over. For me, it's okay. It's okay. I get mixed bags. Like it gets me excited to plan for things for next year. For others, though, the feeling is they're not sure if they're gonna be able to come back next year, right? It's a regular thing for me, so I like plan around it. So it's become normalized. But man, conventions bring out such commonality in people. And what I mean by that is it's so much it brings me so much joy, even more so for internationals who come from a culture that exercise restraint, like tons of restraint. And hence I think about Japanese and Chinese people who visit. While they're able to liberate and partake, you can see, in my opinion, that even across cultural lines, right? Even across like the decorum that we enforce on each other or not enforce on each other, West meets East kind of thing. When you're at a convention, it is so difficult. There's still the occasional bad times and stuff. Everyone is so supportive that it bleeds into their communications. And there's nothing like it. It's so electric. And the sobering thing hits you really hard because the moment the convention ends, right? The moment you exit out the convention, you get back to your normal stuff. And even most cultures, it will slap you in the face about how professional and politically like restraint that, and it's a necessity, right? Professionalism and all that. So it can hit people really hard, and how hard it hits is really really can be felt from, at least in my opinion, an Asian perspective. You go back to your grind, you go back to feeling insecure about interacting with people in both sense. Like I feel like it's more felt on the Western sense nowadays. To initiate conversation with a stranger is more of a self, like an inward issue, and then for the Asian cultures, it's more of an outward issue, where the social dogma and the decorum is to not engage in that type of personalized pleasantries. You are that is an outward. Whether they have the capacity to do so, you can't tell very often. So like, oh, does this guy want to talk to me? Is well, the social norm is not to do it, so you won't find out if they will or not. And in the United States, at least in my opinion, in the United States, when you have pop culture enthusiasts, people who are very into their pop culture, they usually have a level of insecurity that comes from not practicing interpersonal skills. When you're at a convention, no matter how awkward you are, like I truly witness this every single day in the staff, because in the staff pool there's all sorts of walks of life, and even through all like people that need special aid and like different capacities and whatnot, it's always constantly 99% of the time supportive. Even at the worst, you can still find it less egregious than if you were to find it outside the context of a convention. It's such a the Olympics is here. Let's make it a little bit more topical. The Olympics is currently happening, right? And it happened. Otakon landed on the Olympics. It's kind of like the passion or the original vision of the Olympics. You have all these people coming together, right? They're all sharing in the competition. It's friendly competition, or attempting to be friendly competition, encourages each other, and cultural boundaries are minimized, right? And that's kind of what's amazing about conventions. And I think it's definitely something worth putting at least one part of your life into, maybe once a year. Uh this is like probably the highest social high I have nowadays in my life. So I can't say it might be a little romantic, I suppose. But I've been outside of 1 year, which is COVID. It was canceled. This is my 17th year. My 17th consecutive year at Otakon, and still the gift that keeps on giving, right? At least that's how I want to summarize it. I have a really like some fun side stories here and there, so maybe I'll pull them out every once in a while. But this is my language learning related feeling about things. It's so weird seeing Japanese people be goofy. Like during the daytime. Like I can understand when so there is drinking happens after hours still, right? You want to keep it family friendly. By the way, Otakon is largely a family friendly anime convention. It's not like, or an Asian pop culture convention. You know, your mileage might vary on how unhinged the convention is. You want to be a little bit informed in what the subject matter of the convention is. Otakon is most definitely on the family friendly side. So seeing Asian people really unhinged in public, quote unquote public, but it's actually within the convention, it feels more of a personal space because everyone's on the same page. You can be goofy. You can go up to strangers, talk in a language that is obtrusively not in your advantage, and still find it not cringy, not normal, like not alien or something. It's a coming together of things, right? And that kind of neatness I don't think exists, or it appropriately does not necessarily exist outside of these situations, largely due to rules, right? Jobs, professionalism, objective mindedness. There are very few things at a convention where if someone wants to do something, it's like, oh, this is the objective thing to do. No, it's more like, this is the subjective place that you, or better, actually, okay, I won't speak for everyone because I actually know that people may not necessarily be sober, you know, like literally sober when they're hanging out in conventions. However, it's a good time, whether you're drinking or not. Usually we try not. Um, you're under the influence of being around people who want to be there, and it's so palpable. Other things that I would recommend, maybe like as a side note, I used to go on Tough Mudders, like mud runs. You get the same high from like physical physical events. Only they last 1 day. This lasts, like for me, this lasts 4 days, right? It's a combination of interacting with all the people who regularly go there to help and work, the people I get to catch up, all the con goers, and then all the pop culture that I'm out of touch with, right? So you get a lot of that, and you still get that in like competitions and stuff if you go to a marathon, right? I felt the same way when I ran in a running event. You go there, there's like a pre-day convention where everyone's just nerding out to their like formulas and their fitness gear and their shoes. Like you go to the convention center, right? Lots of large events host a convention, a pre-day convention. I know it's still like merchandising and a multi-billion-dollar thing. But the idea is you're there and everyone's nerding out about running. So everyone's like, oh yeah, but I like this supplement better. It's like, yes, it's money for sure. But the thing is, the money is around fandom. Otakon still has people who are selling art, selling merchandise. I have friends and acquaintances that may drop 4 figures 4 figures on pins and knickknacks alone, and they literally have to therapeutically restrain themselves from buying anything that remotely looks adorable, right? It's still merchandising. The idea is, though, it's cladded around great feelings, unlike possibly something like a free mobile app riddled with ads, right? You still have all that nostalgia of like, oh yeah, but I'm learning something at the same time. But the merchandising, the spending doesn't feel like it's a bringing people together kind of thing and supporting together kind of thing, and that's missing out. So also as a plug, right, it's a shame. Okay, Lotus, no pressure, but if you happen to be in the neighborhood, I talked about this a little bit. The way Otakon works when it comes to staff and volunteers is that staff members get to give badges to people that they know, like close friends or whoever they know, to invite them to the con. And then a lot of times the con's staff is almost nearly voluntary, and it's through a voluntary nepotism, I guess we'll call it that. The core, AutoCore, is non-profit, and most of its staff is made of volunteers. And the idea is the volunteers were once con goers who were invited by other people who worked at the con, and eventually at some point some of those people become volunteers, and then they become staff, and then those staff then invite new bump into new con goers, and they form relationships, and then they expand their staff again. So if you're ever in the neighborhood, I always need someone to give my comp badge. In the last 2 years, I haven't found anyone to give a comp badge to. You can invite 1 or 2 people, largely because DC is kind of difficult to navigate, and all that, and traveling in DC is kind of possibly very different depending on where you're coming from. But yeah, just a little slight plug for Otakon. But Otakon, that's how the staff operates. I don't know what the staff number is, but it's got to be 500 or more. Maybe I'm gonna say conservatively, even at the staff thing, I could say 300 strong, but that's still relatively low compared to the 46,000 plus ongoers. It's very awesome. Anyways, all right, now we're gonna sober up with some Japanese lessons and whatnot. Wakarimashita is the most common phrase that I heard the whole time, which makes sense. I mean, you kind of hear them whispering at each other, and I did not work up the means to say anything other than thank you and hello, which is pretty much what I've expected. However, it didn't stop me from having a snack and then hearing. So when you're in a registration, your booth looks like this, right? So you sit back here. You sit back here, and there will be people that come up, and then they'll grab their stuff, and then they'll walk into a space out here, in the background. they'll walk out into space and you can still hear their chatter. You can hear their chatter because sometimes they're not quite sure what they're going to do and whatnot. And if you do this, like, if you are around 8 hours a day and you do this enough, you'll naturally hear conversations in different languages. And there isn't any shortage of people who speak Japanese and Mandarin. So, interestingly enough, and you can understand most of it because it's conversational Japanese. So I actually found it interesting that they were slower than I imagined. I don't know if anyone's got that feeling, but I maybe I over psyched myself, but I always had this impression that people gives like, oh yeah, it's gonna go like super fast. I mean, I felt the same when I was listening to Spanish, when I caught like a Spanish conversation every once in a while at some point. But I actually think they spoke a lot slower. Now, the reason why I'm painting this picture is because in that situation, they might have been thinking about what to do next. So they were constantly saying things like, oh, I understand, or that sounds good, right? Like you hear things like "いいですね" and stuff like that, but then it's probably the situation. They're not quite sure what to do. They're like contemplating. So ultimately, the most common situation I found were two people proposing questions to each other, and then one was saying, "I understand," and then the other person is like, "Oh, that's how about we do this?" And then the other person's like, "Oh, it's there something this," like lots of phrases that end with aru and whatnot, and iru, right? And then everyone's like agreeing and whatnot. It's like it was fairly conversational, so it wasn't too bad to listen to. Like I was being like a weird, peeping, eavesdropper, but at the same time, it brought a smile to my face. Not that I had time. You can hear on the side and what I would be speaking right now while they're doing that is, "Oh, hey, how can I help you? May I see your QR code, please?" All right. I see. What may I see a form of ID? That's basically what I'm saying the entire time. So I'm like on autopilot. Meanwhile, I'm like hearing conversations everywhere else. So, it was definitely a different experience. I was such an eavesdropper. Not that it, honestly, you might be thinking, well, that's hendes, right? Hendes. That's weird. And I can't spell weird. It's wait. I before E is I swear weird is spelled this way, right? I really dislike that I before E after C. I'm pretty sure weird is spelled this way. Every time I think about it, like, wait a minute. Anyways, it's weird. However, again, I want to emphasize this. It's not weird at a convention. For example, people eavesdrop because they want to be part of your passion. So go around. I don't know if anyone's ever done this before. I like doing social experiments at conventions. You go around and you say a couple buzzwords, right? It's not weird in general. Well, no, what I mean is here. Let me describe what is weird. What would be considered weird. And I got used to this. Just chime in if you're listening for more than 130 seconds. Here, no. This is what I mean by it. So you have a conversation, and then, I would be talking to you, Lotus. Like, for example, I would say something, and then suddenly Jujutsu Kaisen, and then something, and then someone from like earshot. Oh, I don't even know. They might be like sometimes halfway across the room. It's like, did you mention Jujutsu Kaisen? I watched every episode. Like, what is your favorite episode? What is your favorite character? It's like a internet chat room, but now you have the physical space. So then you just have this person who's like overbearingly like super passionate, and that's normal. That's very normal. They would go up all up in your, and the idea that you have to get accustomed to it, like for someone who doesn't con go, at first it can be a little weird. After like a day, you'll realize that anytime you talk and you hit a buzzword or you hit something, someone might come at you, like, you know, the whole anime thing where you have this person really far away, right? And you have this person really far up talking to another person here, and then you just randomly blurt out something like One Piece. Like, oh yeah, did you catch it? And this person would literally teleport here and say, did you say One Piece? Like, what are you guys talking about? Like, let me in on this conversation. And that's what I mean. It's so common, and it's also common to not topics like One Piece. You could say something like, I don't understand, right? I don't understand. And then the last thing you mentioned was, I don't know, dealer's room, right? Then you'll probably hear like someone way off in the distance like, I know the answer. And then they would just like come up to you and say, oh, it's this and this and that and this, because I'm always here. And it's kind of like there's something different about this versus in an internet conversation where someone feels so detached from you, right? This is a straight up person who basically heard you from really far away. It's like, oh, do you need help? Like, let's go over there now. Like, I'm over there. Like, I'm gonna head over there. I really love the dealer's room. Like, I always buy this. And then you're already on your conversation. You're like, you get to the point where by the time you get to your destination, that stranger might as well not be a stranger anymore, because they probably told you about like their passion in like one breath in like 50 seconds. And that type of thing may seem a little awkward on the internet, as in, why is this person telling me all this? Like, did I even ask? Or like, man, you're coming off strong. In a convention sense, like, everyone here has a lot to say about everything, but genuinely, you are already under the umbrella of good intentions, and sometimes on the internet you're not so sure, right? You're not so sure. So that kind of thing is really, really palpable, very palpable. But yes, I would say if you're already eavesdropping 180 seconds, you might as well just jump in the conversation. Although for me, you should, if I was eavesdropping, most of the time it's because I heard this. That's kind of like part of the job, right? When four people are standing there and they look kind of confused, I am conditioned to eavesdrop. I'm like, can I help you? Like, you know, do you have a problem? Like, is there something I can help you with? The thing is, everyone else is doing the same. But pretty much everyone is all up in everyone else's business. And in that way, I think the whole Japanese and Chinese thing is very noticeable. Like, it's a situation where the Japanese, sometimes it can go like south when you're all up in people's business. However, in a convention setting, that's a pretty expected norm. And then people like it. Like, the people who go to conventions like that everyone's so concerned with everyone else's things. I'm not saying all the time and generalize. Obviously, there's variations of the extent, but in my opinion, it's, if you're comparing yourself to yourself in a convention sense and a non-convention sense, you're likely more to be open when you voluntarily enter a convention to that kind of thing. And I think it's really cute. I think it's basically my impression, my warped perspective of people who love things and loving the same things brings people together. On the internet, it's a different ball game. It's a hit and miss. It's almost a 50-50. In fact, I might even skew it to a 30-70, because on the cynical side, as in 30% of the time, the genuine concern is the concern and sharing for the other person, because you actually literally can't hear the other person before you start. Like, a lot of times the conversation is not due to witnessing something. It's the conversation is started because that person already has an agenda. If you know what I mean. And the agenda is not like bad or good. That person who initiates is one-sided. The person is asking for a purpose. They are like, whether it's bad or good or whatever the intention is that when people speak online, they speak with intent. When you're roaming around in a convention, the things you're doing are largely spontaneous for the most part. So you overheard someone by accident, or you just think you had no intent, like, okay, all right, Lotus, all right. So you didn't have an intent to ask me about the convention since I was gone from the. Do I seem like someone who thinks before speaking? I think the way you're joking about it and how we meet is why I like going to conventions. It reminds me that I don't have to do that all the time, if you know what I mean, Lotus. I think that's kind of what makes being, I'm not gonna say it in a bad way, too bad a way, that's kind of what it means to be in a face culture. It's overbearingly exhausting over time when you're always constantly having to worry about that most of your life. And then when you go to a convention or like a social gathering, the ability to just be goofy around strangers, or to be, hendes, right? It's very liberating. Like, it's liberating for now. Like, I that's why whenever I think of like izakaya, right? Izakaya, like when at night when you're in like a pub and stuff, that's kind of how I feel, how I resonate with Japanese people when I ever see a representation of it. I've been speaking English for so long, I wasn't quite sure how to say it anymore, but that's kind of how I feel. Like, I see them smile, being goofy. Whenever I see like Japanese people represented in nightlife, that's how I think it feels when you're at a convention. You need that part of your life every once in a while. And various cultures manage how long you can operate in that. I think in Japan, it's probably like less than 10% of their life where they can naturally feel like there's no overbearing obligation somehow bearing down on them constantly. So in that 10%, I can definitely sort of concede and excuse how wild it can become, because you're condensing all of that into that. And in the United States, I think it's far more laxed. Like the habitual need for restraint, it's a little bit more relaxed, varying degrees, obviously. Far more varied than Japanese. And I think conventions really bring people together in the sense that it reminds me that human needs are still primordial. I don't know where that word came from. However, the primordial needs of human interaction is felt so strongly at a convention that it defies cultural boundaries. Kind of like food culture sometimes. Food culture is amazing. If you go to a food festival, it's pretty palpable. And food festivals are festival might as well be a convention, right? Those are different words for social gatherings. But anyways, definitely go to one. Have you been to any conventions lately, Lotus, or like a gathering or something? Oh, except for your Shrek rave. We've already heard about your Shrek rave. Meanwhile, I am going to review these two things. Yes, these two things for today, and then complete my lesson. But yeah, that's some of the thoughts that I had. The other thing that I missed was my existential crises, but it was a good thing, or mixed bag. It's okay. I didn't talk about all the anxiety that I had operating a moving vehicle. I think vehicles are a mixed bag for me. So I'll probably end up talking about that at another time when it comes to insecurities and whatnot, or micromanaging anxiety and whatnot. I think driving in general is incredibly a manic activity that lots of people don't even process anymore because they drive very often. I don't usually drive very often, and it elicits a lot of ambivalence. All right, let's see if I remember this stuff. You hate driving and car dependency? Yeah, it's one that I struggle with quite a lot. Won't go down that road though. Yeah, yeah, like we want to stay on the happy go. I bring it up every once in a while, how I manage that, but driving, ooh, it's both humbling and devastatingly scary at the same time. Yep, understandable. All right. Yeah, when was the last time you went to a convention? Although I kind of think a Shrek rave sounds pretty funny though. I haven't ever been to a Shrek rave. That's awfully specific, but still. All right, let me review vocabulary. So we have Kaisha, right? Kaisha. I guess I might as well write the hiragana. No. Let's not write the hiragana. So Kaisha. Where the heck? Oh no, this is Gozen. 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 This is day. We can put we can also put G here. So Deji. Deji. And Furo. Ofuro. We'll put O. Don't forget our O. Can honor finds the Furo. And last convention I went to was MLG Gaming. Oh dang, back in 2012 you went to an MLG convention? Wow. Oh, that's not, oh, you went to MagicCon Vegas. Interesting, they're still holding conventions in Vegas. I still remember when Magic went Pro Tour, the meme Pro Tour, Magic Pro Tour. I guess that's still going, right? MTG still has a Pro Tour. Otakon had a Vegas branch for a couple years, but it was way too difficult to manage. I think it went for 5 years. I don't know if they'll ever bring it back, but Otakon had a Vegas branch. Oh, they killed the Pro Tour? Oh, now it's back again? Oh, okay. I still remember the first time Magic the Gathering Pro Tour came around. Well, it's kind of lovely to hear. Man, you're gonna make me get back into Magic the Gathering, and then we might have to sideline. I'm gonna end up dumping language learning because of you if you keep talking about Magic the Gathering. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Or we play Magic the Gathering in Japanese, because I am no stranger to using Japanese Magic the Gathering cards even before I knew how to read Japanese, or Chinese Magic the Gathering cards. You just know what they do because you already know all the, you already know all the cards. So you kind of get used to seeing the characters. Weirdly enough, you should play with Japanese Magic the Gathering card. Look. Or do you already? Okay, so this is we have this in Neru. So we can Neru. Neru, and you have a few Japanese? Oh, okay. Very nice, very nice. Do you play competitively still? Or do you do like a local draft tournament maybe? Do you locally draft? A heckin' nerd? I'm just kidding. That actually sounds like a lot of fun. So let's see. I'm pretty sure this is, yeah. So Shin Shitsu. And Daidokoro. And Heya. Hello there, Blair. Hello. Basically just local playing. Oh, you enjoy Legacy the most? Okay. That sounds like a Legacy player. No pun intended there. That does sound very appropriate for a long Legacy player. Stop distracting me, but listen. You gotta tell me at least one Japanese word you learn that is nearly exclusive to Japanese. To Magic the Gathering. Give me one word you're like, yeah, we're not gonna see this anywhere else for a while in that context. Ooh. Tell me what hold up. What is that? What is the one you get -1/-1 counter? Oh, what was their original keyword? Is it I want to say it's not weakness. It's not it starts with an F, doesn't it? Feeblement? No. It's black. It's a black convention where you put a -1/-1 counter. What was the keywords? Magic the Gathering keywords though in Japanese, that might be where it's at. Wow, I don't remember Magic the Gathering keywords anymore. I only remember the usual ones like Death Touch, Lifelink. Lifelink would be interesting Japanese. Yeah, MTG. Lotus is an MTG nerd. And I was really into MTG as well. It's bringing the side of me out. Bit too complex for me at the moment. We'll come back and teach you some. All right. Fair enough. I look forward to it. Like keywords would be fun. Keywords would definitely be fun. I'm kind of curious if I can learn the keywords in Hearthstone. Things like magnetic, right? Things like magnetic, reborn, death rattle. Oh, that'd be interesting. It's kind of like our Pokemon. It's kind of like our Pokemon situation, right? Where we can learn some very specialized vocabulary for no other reason. Don't remind me, I've never finished my green dragon deck. Are there enough green dragon base things to make a green dragon deck? Ah, tribal stuff. Classic archetype. Tribes. Anyways, all right. So I remember all the vocabulary words. I don't think I remember how to write these. And then let's do the previous unit as well. So what do we have? We have ego, boku, boku, yasai, and gyunyu, and yonpun. It's been a decade. I don't remember what I was chasing for to complete it. I see. Yeah, has it been a decade for me? It has been a decade as well. It has been a decade. Although I do look at Magic Arena every once in a while. I occasionally like watch other people play Magic Arena, and you can see the different maturations of Magic the Gathering mechanics. I largely only play Hearthstone now, so, and very specifically Hearthstone Battlegrounds. All right. Let's try to write these ones. How good is my non-practice memory? See, we haven't practiced any of these kanji, so let's go through them. That's where I left off last time. So let's see. Oops. Let's link it with the other one. So kaike, right? Kaike. Yep. Okay, and then you right. What was our link for Deiji? Probably not, just Deiji. Probably Hanzu. Hanzu is our link. You just swap up the bottom radical. Right? Deiji. Wait. Oh no. Furo. Ofuro is kind of a mixed bag. Right? Oh, right. We forgot about that lip. Ofuro. This one is very recognizable, so we don't have to worry about this one. That one, it can be a little tough. And we're linking all the rooms together. So one of the ways was to do Heya first. Just pretty basic. However, when we have Ya, we can remember like this. Oh no, I don't remember. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, you've taken a Wanikani on the side? Very nice. And I'm getting better at kanji? Very nice. And somehow I've added a completely Japanese news source to your TikTok live scroll? Awesome. Yeah, Wanikani, I've heard wonderful things about the transition to Wanikani when you're really like trying to get some SRS focus for kanji. Glad to hear it. Wait, did I feel like I don't have this correct. Oh, there's another crown. There's another crown. Okay. Okay. Right. And then we can gather the shitsu shitsu in shin shitsu by the ya. That's kind of how I was picturing it. Right. And then dai dokoro. This is a euphonic shift from tai. Dai dokoro. And dokoro is mixed with sho. Like basho. Oops, I forgot the stroke at the top. Okay. Did I miss something? Not really. And then the previous unit. Got ego. Okay. Maybe this? I don't know. I don't know if the left radical is correct. And I'm not sure about this one stroke. We'll see. That doesn't look right. Maybe it has like a cap. Okay. What is it? Oh, wait. No. Oh, yeah. Oh, I just put too much space. There's too much space between here. But that's fine. Boku. And then, yes, we know this character. Alright, Yasai, and then Nyo. Gyunyu. Gyunyu is pretty okay too. Sometimes I forget the top radical on that though. And then they threw in Yonpun. Ugh. Okay, let's just get all these from the top. And then we'll go into our lesson. See where our weak spots are. So Unit 36. We can write a lot of meal stuff too, honestly. I just focus on these at the moment. So Ego. Ugh. My Boku. Ugh. Oh, gross looking. Okay, that's fine. It'll improve over time. I'm so refreshed. You know, I spent the whole time working. So nice to change things up a little bit. Okay. Yasai. And okay. We can throw in some bonuses. Ah, I missed this already. Let's see. Like riding a bike. Okay. Yeah, Asa Gohan, Hiru Gohan, and Ban Gohan. Right. Just to fill in the meals. And Misu. I'm about to have a fight with a kanji for full power. Nice. Wait. Did I miss something? Since when did you... Since when do you fight... I can fight kanji. Those are some fighting words. Yeah, Mizu. Yeah, Ocha. Sakana. Tamago. Tamago. I keep writing ga Sites by. Asai. Gotta. Arai. By. Then Wanikari wants to be particular about the tsubit you use. I don't know what that is. Dasai. Arai. Chikara. Karashpai. What is that? Huh. That sounds like a spicy. I only have food in my brain right now. Niku. Yeah, Niku. Let's throw in one that we're supposed to remember because, well, really need to remember this one. It's not on the kanji list. Diori. Gotta remember Diori. Let's write it over. It'd be a little cleaner. Dang it. Ugh. So gross looking. Oh my gosh. Save me. That's better. Okay. Pai. Oh, like eat pie, but not kai. I don't know what kai pie is. It kind of looks like eat pie, which is like a lot. Lots of something or full of something. Full of things. The closest thing I have is eat pie. Which is full of things. I don't know what is ka. Oh, full of power. Oh. Ah. Oh, you know what that reminds me of? Kapow. But, oh, okay. So the ka part is power. Oh, interesting. Neat. I got you. I got you. So 37. Let's... Okay. Let's start our routine here. We're taking it a little bit, like, laxer today. We gotta ease in. Ease in. So we have Kaisha. Oh, Kaike. Kaike. Which is our root 4. Kaisha. It doesn't have that many strokes. No one saw anything. No one will ever know. Okay, let's try getting Boku to look less silly, please. That looks gross. I think I'm making... Hold on. That looks better. There's still like some random not touching thing, but that's a better Boku. Boku. Okay. And I told myself I wasn't gonna forget this one. Son of a bee sting. Let's get the ones that we remember. Okay. Okay. What is it? Man. Hold up. Does it help? If I write this, does that help me? Hang on, I just remembered something else. And now I lost it. Right. I got it. It's fine. I think that's it, right? Was I too premature? Oh no! I forgot about Gozen. It's fine. I know Gozen. It's fine. Alright. Good enough. Yeah, good enough. Alright, let's go do our lesson.
電車に乗り換えましょ
by doing personalized practice first.
う。電車
電車に乗り換えましょ
乗り換えましょ
う。Okay.
う。電車に乗り換えましょ
I wonder if this is the same kanji mixed with one other kanji.
パーティーは2時半からです。快速電車は3時に来ます。タクシーに乗りましょう。パーティーは2時半からです。快速電車は3時に来ます。タクシーに乗りましょう。
Oh.
パーティーは2時半からです。快速電車は3時に来ます。タクシーに乗りましょう。
What?
パーティーは2時半からです。快速電車は3時に来ます。タクシーに乗りましょう。
I mean, technically it's both. But alright. I mean, you could kind of say they went. I mean, they already arrived, but still.
毎日エアコンをつけます。
Okay.
毎日
毎日
エアコンをつけます。エアコンを
つけます。
つけます。
We know つけ。今日の、今日の授業、授業、終わりました。
わ。
Yeah, I guess は終わりました。
まし。
のね今日の授業は終わりました。ね夜 夜、レポートを書きます。OK。
お、
レポートを書きます。終わりました。
ケーキを切りましょう。ケーキ。
ケーキをCut? Wait.
ケーキを切りましょう。
切りましょう。
切りましょう。
ケーキが何です？ケーキが大好き。Okay, sure. 大好き。ペニー、数学、and 番号。
大好き。
ケーキを切りましょう。はいさん。Let's see. Wait. Is it still 終わる No. 終わるうつけましょう。Oh no, うつけましょう。It's fine. Right? つけましょう。No, wait. Oh, I don't remember this. Does that also mean to finish? Oh, it does also mean to waru. Oh, this is from the very last unit. Or like within the last 3 units. Waru. So, 終わりました。So, カイさん、歴史の宿題は終わりましたか？終わりましたか？ And I gotta get back into this. Right.
歴史、解散、歴史
の
宿題
は終わりましたか？毎晩散歩しました。毎晩一緒に散歩しました。夕方 Probably, yeah. 夕方に散歩しました。
夕方散歩しました。
何を切りましょう？ What are we cutting here? ピザアニメ and ホテル。Okay. 乗り換える。そう。電車に乗り換えましょう。
電車に乗り換えましょう。
水曜日にビジネスのテストを受けましたか？
水曜日にビジネスのホテルをつけましたか？ Oh no. Yeah. 受けましたか水曜日にビジネスのホテルを受けましたかはい、受けました。水がしかったです。水がしかったです。That's fair. Oh, yes. I finished. It was difficult.
どのバスに乗りましょうか？
どのバスに乗りましょうか？Oh, 乗りましょう。For a moment there, I was thinking, 乗り換える。
先週のテストを受けましたか？
先週のテストを受けましたか？先週のテストを受けましたか？Really? I don't remember them being so liberal with this. Yeah. Ukeru. Yeah, to take, to accept. Okay. Hey, 先週のテストを受けましたか？
いつエアコンをつけますか？
いつエアコンをつけますか？つけますか？いつつける？エアコン。
どの公園に行きましょうか？どの
公園に行きましょうか？
行きますか？どの公園に行きましょうか？
どの公園に行きましょうか？トマトサラダをください。サラダ？東京駅に行きましょう。
東京駅に
行きましょう。11時18分の電車に乗りましょう。Yeah, sure, 乗ります。Of course, is a weak word. European. Oh. So, ヨーロッパのヨーロッパの言語、ヨーロッパの言語を3つ勉強しました。Hold up. Where's Oh.
ヨーロッパ。
Oh, it's ヨーロッパ。I say エロパ。ヨーロッパの言語を3つ勉強しました。Okay. ナオミさんは2年生の時ヨーロッパの歴史を勉強しました。一緒にエンさんのプレゼントを買いましょう。Sorry. I need to get back into this.
一緒にケンさんの
プレゼントを買いましょう。このトマトサラダは高いです。
家の近くに山があります。スノボをしませんか？
家の近くの山があります。スノボをしませんか？いいですね。いつかいいですか？山田さんのパソコンまあここです。So let's see. There is a mountain near my house. Probably my house. Would you like to go snowboarding, or would you like to snowboard? Sounds good. When is it good? When is a good time? いいですね。いつがいいですか？冬はよくスノボ keep saying shoe スノボをします。スノボをします。
あのカラフルなカメレオンと写真を撮りましょう。
あのカラフルなカメレオンと写真を撮りましょう。はい、撮りましょう。Let's take a picture with a colorful chameleon.
どこでプレゼントを買いますか？
That chameleon over there. どこでわらばらばらプレゼントを買いますか？どこでOK。買いますか？ プレゼントを。どこでプレゼントを買えますか？
そのカメレオンと写真を撮りましょう。
Just went over this. そのカメレオンと写真を撮りましょう。いいですね。撮りましょう。
うちの近くの公園に行きませんか？
うちの近くの公園に行きませんかうちの近くの公園に行きませんか？
そろそろホームに行きましょうか。
そろそろホームに行きましょうか？そろそろ。Boy, Blair's here, cat. Blair's here. We go to the platform. そろそろ。Alright.
ヘッドホンは3600円です。
For like 4 hours? Nice. What'd you guys talk about with your Chinese friends? What you guys talk about?
ヘッドホンは3600円です。
ヘッドホンは
3600円です。
3000円。
600
3600円です。
ヘッドホンは3600円です。
Yeah, what did you guys talk about? ヘッドホンは3600円です。火曜日にグループで勉強します。
勉強。
この場所はまあまあです。
この場所はまあまあです。Okay, sure.
この
場所はまあまあです。
です。
It's an alright place. That's fine. This place is alright. そのサングラスはかっこいいですね。
かっこいい。
Don't know how to summarize everything, but whatever comes up really. He likes Breaking Bad. Oh, okay. And then you talked about VR stuff. And then China and America. He likes Breaking Bad. Man, what an international sensation. No. Breaking Bad. OP. Have you watched Breaking Bad? Kat? I think I watched it twice. It's very exhausting, but at the same time, also sensational. And Better Call Saul, yeah. Better Call Saul. AMC's finest. You can speak Cantonese, Mandarin, and some Japanese. Very nice. And you're language exchanging with him in English. How that's working? Or are you... And some English, yeah. And you're probably like doing back. Okay, excellent. Sounds like an ideal thing. 見つけました。いい場所を見つけました。
いい場所を見つけました。
いい場所を見つけました。夜はいつも Oto?
おっと
Ototo. That's kind of cute. That's kind of funny. Ototo. Not to be confused with ototo. 夜はいつも弟弟出かけます。Hang out. I was supervising a third cat trying to peek out of the bathroom and explore. It went without bloodshed, so that's great. Awesome. Oh, the third cat is in the new cat, right, Claire? He understands a little more English and I do Chinese, so it's like a thing where we just hang out and chill, talk about some stuff and teach other stuff. Awesome. I'm sleepy, but it's good. Making dinner. What's for dinner, Claire? What's for dinner? Bangohan. Bangohan. I don't know how to say what's for dinner. Can you say blanketly what's for dinner? Nani for dinner. Bangohan. Maybe dinner is a destination. So bangohan ni nani o tsukemasu. No, skurimasu. Nani o skurimasu. I don't know. I made dinner a destination. So bangohan ni bangohan ni, and then I said nani o skurimasu. Like, what are you going to make for dinner? I don't think you used, but we're just gonna go with it. Yeah, third cat is new cat. Okay. She's super skittish and traumatized. Oh, she loves yelling at my other cats. Pork tenderloin with mashed potatoes with green beans. Solid meal. Solid meal. It's probably just wa. Oh, and I make it into a question. I forgot to make it into a question. So it's probably like bangohan wa. Bangohan wa. So the topic of dinner. Bangohan wa nani o skurimasu ka? So what are you going to make? And then dinner is the topic. So for dinner. When you put wa, that's probably how that goes. So that is not the right character. Sorry. I missed this. Oh no. Skurimasu? Yeah. There we go. What are you going to eat for dinner? Oh wait, what the heck is yushoku? I don't know what yushoku is. But that's saying where you're gonna eat for dinner. I guess that also can mean what you're going to make for dinner. Interesting. I don't know what the heck yoshoku. Yeah, this thing, I think it's this yushoku. Interesting. Let me look at what yushoku is. Yushoku. Western food. Oh, that is yusho. Oh, that's yoshoku. Yeah, yoshoku is. Yeah, I should have known that. That's Western food. That I should have recognized that, but the romaji definitely caught me off guard. I should have wrote that in hiragana. Oh, dang it. It's yo. Oh, because I'm thinking of yo. Wait. Yeah, I'm thinking of yo shoku. I don't know what you is though. Wait, is that? Are these equivalent? Oh, that's so weird. The closest thing I know is yo shoku, which that doesn't answer the question. That doesn't make me comprehend this anymore. Okay. Oh wait, hold up. Hold up. Maybe meal? Shokuji. No. What happens if I just type in? Oh yeah, that doesn't exist. Weird. Google, huh? Google, what is Google doing? I don't understand you, Google. All right. We'll just ignore Google. He is probably in general the closest friend you have already somehow. He's really nice and good person, very like respectful, patient, etc. Cat. That's so wonderful. I hope you continue to build more. Cat. That's very wonderful. I know this is gonna go without saying. Conservative, small steps, you know. Build that. Hopefully, and then, you know, keep in mind strangers online, of course. But that sounds amazing. Very, very promising. Right? I know I don't want to make you feel too guarded or be guarded, but that is such a great start. I'm happy for you. Very exciting. Things are moving very fast. Not a bad or a good thing. Just fast. It's lovely. Lovely. And also do be careful. Yeah. Lovely. Cautiously optimistic is the phrase I would say. Cautiously optimistic. Right. Cautious optimism is fantastic. Okay. You always do assignments as a group. いつもグループでいつもグループで課題をdo しましたか？しますか？いつもグループで課題をしますか？ Okay. Being chatting about 5 hours for the past like 4 or 5 days ago. I think I've gotten to know him enough where you can objectively judge him. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. よくスペインすグループスペイン語よくグループでスペイン語を練習します。
スペイン語？
Okay. はい。東京の夜の東京。Wait a minute. It's fine. 東京の夜は暑いです。
はい。ください。東京の夜は暑いです。
Tokyo nights are thick. You know, are thick. I'm just kidding. ケンさんのサングラス Is that sunglasses? Yeah. サングラスはおしゃれですね。
プレゼントは4600円です。
what? プレゼントはI almost said I almost said right out the gate. プレゼントは4600円です。6円です。No, 600円です。
プレゼントは4600円です。
600円です。プレゼントは4000 or 4600円です。4600円です。何が2匹います。2匹。Oh, right. 匹。Okay. What are we counting here? Dog. Hamster. Okay. Hamsterが2匹います。
小さいハムスターが2匹います。
小さいハムスターが2匹います。Right, we just went over that. 小さいハムスター。I don't see any changes in Duo, so we're still fine. Nothing is surprising me at the moment. I was kind of half expecting the Japanese way of saying hamusta is so cute or no for no reason. Hamusta? Yeah, the hamu picnic sounds nice too. Picnic. I kind of say picnic anyways, but hamusta. What else are cute? Chameleon, not so much. Chameleon? No. Usagi is pretty cute. Usagi. For bunny, usagi. Kind of close to uwu. No, it's not that close to uwu. I'm just kidding. Usagi. Tori is kind of cute as well. Bird. Tori. It kind of reminds me of a bird. Tori. Let's see. Where are we going with this? Wa. Purogura. Oh, wait. Programming. Oh my gosh. Programming. Programming wa muzugashi desu ka? Okay, fair enough.
プログラミングの授業は優しいですか？
プログラミングの授業は優しいですか? Is the programming class easy?
Get more with Super
You know what though? Banana takes the cake. No pun intended. Banana. Banana. You'll say banana a couple times. Banana. Get more with super. Yeah. Banana. And then you can add in more to that. Banana chocolate cake desu. Just get some. I kid you not, you hear it all the time. Like flavors with cakey. And then you just sound like ayaya. I don't know if you're familiar with the phrase ayaya. It's kind of like a mini culture of anime people. So when you say ayaya, that's kind of what you're thinking of. Like cupcake, like, you know, when you're thinking like chocolate cupcake ga daisuki desu. Ayaya. And I'm saying it with like, I'm saying it like how I imagine it. It's like kirei. チョコレートカップケーキが大好きです。大好きですよ。Oishi. Like it happens a lot. Sorry, it happens in a convention a lot too. Like I'm like still in convention mode. When you hear like moe. You hear a lot of moe phrases. You hear that a lot. Like, you know, kawaii desho kind of thing. Oh man, whenever you hear the oni-chan. Gotta leave it up to the imagination whenever you're... Oni-chan makes me want to explode every time. Yeah, people gotta love what they gotta love, though. It's shameless. I think it's so painful. It's fun. Daijoubu desu. Daijoubu. Okay, Deiji. Okay, we're back to our normal. Sometimes I feel a little cringe when I take some time to learn Japanese. Hey, learn more Japanese. It'll be fine. Daijoubu desu. I don't know how to express you'll get used to it, but it's not too bad. What is when people go around saying onamae wa shinderu? Is that actually the phrase? I don't even know the phrase. Let me see. Oh. Oh nah. Wait. I don't even know what the phrase is really. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. You already oh no, it's not. It's omae. Omae wa. Omae wa omae wa mo shinderu. Shinderu. Wow, that's not even close to how people are saying it. Omae wa. Yeah. Omae wa mo shinderu. Shinderu. Oh, they're not even... When I hear people say it, that's not what I hear. Yeah. That's not even close to what I'm hearing, though. It almost sounds like they're saying my name is something instead of that. That's why I said onamae wa, but it's omae. Omae wa mo shinderu. Interesting. It means you're already dead, but it's like a meme from, what is it? I think Fist of the North Star. Fist of North Star, classic anime. I earnestly up to this point haven't looked at what the phrase was. Like I actually had no it was very hard for me even to this day to comprehend what they were trying to say. Like the people going around saying. I have no idea. I couldn't make out. I couldn't make sense of it. It sounded like they were saying my name is something as opposed to something else.
Reiji.
Reiji. Okay. Gozen. Gozen. I don't like that. I feel like it's Gozen, but Gozen. I need a hold. Is this good? Let me see. Goes in. Goes in. It's actually kind of close. I'm just not used to it. Okay. Okimasu. Oh, I forgot about okimasu. Oh no. I forgot about oku. Okay, we'll remember it. Okimasu. It's not on the kanji list. Okimasu. Ikimasen. Reiji. 6日
6日
6日 起きます起きます
起きます
Oh,
起きません
that says 起きません
学校
4時日本行きません乗ります
9時頃に会社へ行きます。
9時頃okay let's see
9時頃
9時頃に会社へ行きます。That's what I heard. 会社 Where's 会社へ
行きます。9時頃に会社へ行きます。
Okay. What time do you get up? Okay. 何時に起きますか What the heck? Why is it back to hirakana?
何時に
起きますか
起きまか。
午後11時に寝ます。
午後11時。1時。午後11時寝ます。1時に寝ます。午後11時に寝ます。午後11時に寝ます。There's a lot of water. 水をたくさんあります。Where are we going with this?
水
Oh. I guess ga works too.
が
水がたくさんあります。What did I say? I might have said oh actually. Or wa. 水がたくさんあります。I don't actually remember what I said. Which particle I ended up choosing.
学校に行きません。
学校に行きません。学校。That's kind of weird. I do not go to school. I guess. 学校. I feel like any more might be something. Maybe you put in mo? Or is it mata? Mata. No. Mo. No. That's steel. Any more. Hang on. It's not mada. Mata? Again, once more. No, that's not it. anymore. It's not mole. Oh wait, it is more. It is mole. Oh, because it has a negative. Okay. it's the negation tense swap. Oh, my gut feeling was mole, but then I said maybe it's already. If it's in a negative sense, it means not anymore. Like I do not go to school anymore. That's kind of what I'm alluding to here. Mo gakkou ni ikimasen. I don't know if that works that way though. Just like me. Yes. No longer. Anymore. Chichi. Gozen. Gozen 7に寝ます。Or no, 起きます。起きます。なんで
7時。
7時。
午前。
午前7時に。7時に起きます。
水がたくさんあります。
水がたくさんあります。They're just out of phrases. I go to school at 8 o'clock. 8時に学校行きます。学校に行きます。Or it could be 学校へ行きます。It's fine. Either, really. I have both? Wait. No, I don't have both.
8時に学校へ行きます。
It can be either. However, they're trying to... The grammar point in this one is eh. A neat? I am unemployed. Am I out of education? I guess. But I'm not untrained. I'm not untrained though. I'm a knee. Sorry. I'm a knee. Mine is the T.
午前0時に寝ます。
午前0時に寝ます。I go to sleep at 12 a.m. Week.
会社に行きません。
会社に行きません。レジに寝ます。Right. Wait. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. 午前。午前0時。What the heck? 0時に。Oh my gosh, they took off all the kanji. Okay. It's like, what do you do professionally? Ni. That is a funny topic that we talk about a couple of times whenever I meet up with older acquaintances. You know, the typical conversation for much older people tend to be like, "Oh, how's life? How's the work? How's the house? How's family? Those mortgages, right? Am I right? Like, oh yeah, you know, my 401k, that kind of thing. I don't have a 401k, so awkward. I'm out of time, out of place with my age group. Rarely do I talk about 401ks. What the... something. I don't know those two yet. What the... 家人 What the... Oh, 你的 Oh, sorry, 你的 You're right. 你的家人 你的 What is that? How do you say, the other two things? Wait, is the first one job? How's the life? Wait, what is the first one? Oh, okay. That's gong? Interesting. Yeah, 家人 is... Dongshi? Oh, Dongshi stuff? Okay. Oh yeah, that is Dongshi. That's gong? Oh, interesting. What's the tone on job? I think we just got job. Or a different job. A different way of expressing job. Oh, maybe we didn't. It was in the most recent lesson. I don't think we used the same... I don't think I had the same characters though. I don't remember that character. 1-4. Okay. 工作 I then fall. Sort of. Yeah, I can see that. That's funny though. It's Gung in Zhou. Sorry, Zhou. No, Zhou. Yeah, Zhou. So Zhou uses... That's like another icon. That's another character. Zhou. No, it's fine. Those are new Gong and new duels. We don't have those. But I'm going to tell you now. I don't think that's the word for job that I have right now, but I didn't learn. I don't remember what it is from 4 days ago. So we'll find out again.
行きません。
台所。台所。
台所。
What? Oh.
その。
What?
その。
Wait. No. Wait.
台所。
No. You're not telling me that I want to... Hold up. Ain't no way you want me to say sono
台所。
daidokoro for the kitchen. I hate you. Heya. That's not the... I refuse. I refuse. Absolutely refuse. Gozen. 行きません。部屋。台所。起きます。 Oh, maybe we did get gonjo. Just don't remember it. Maybe. The way you phrased it, going high then low, I don't picture it as blending together. Like you're not slurring them. It's high then high low. So I don't know how much I feel about that. Because it's like two things as opposed to like high then low. Like you're not slurring the two. You're not saying gonjo. Oh, okay. Yeah, like high then falling would be honestly it's very Japanese. High then falling. Although this part, the beginning would have to change. Oh, I guess that could be, it could describe Heiban. It could describe Heiban words. You're kind of doing this. Listen, there's no cutting corners when it comes to pronunciation. If you want to describe pronunciation, you better be exact, you know. Otherwise, we just wing it.
部屋
部屋があります。
ます。
Honestly, though, I still think it's really flexible. Oh, would it? You know, if you went high, right? High, and then you went low, high, low, it would still sound the same. And what I mean by that is, it would sound distinct enough that you would still think it's work. And the only reason I say that is because this low, high, low is Fujianese. So the word that I'm thinking of, the last thing is a low, high, low. But there's no low, high, low in the thing I was talking about in the Discord. There's no low, high, low in at least not remote, like rehearsed in Mandarin. So if you substitute like anywhere there's a tone 4 with a low, high, low. Oh, you didn't see my yeah, so one of the characters, so this tone is missing and this tone is missing. The other tone is, I think it's the longer version of one of them. I think it's the longer version of this. I think. It might be the other way around. It might be this, like a longer version. These two are most distinct. This one kind of overlaps. It's kind of like a short version, right? You have your like short version. You have your like short version, but then you have your long version. And it's more like this. And that stuff is kind of hard to hear for myself. So, but these two are unique. These two are unique. They can be pulled up. You're bad. No, I'm talking about Fujianese now. So you don't have to explain that because I already know how that. Like I'm trying to describe it to someone else. Oh, you mean for what? What do you mean by? You mean this stuff, or are you talking about something else before? The high then falling. Oh, okay. Because if you're talking about overall pitch, right? Like, I know we're belaboring the part, but when you're talking about overall pitch, right? This would be your neutral stance right here, and you're saying the pitch is high then it stays high and it goes low, right? So you're talking about the pitch. That I disagree. Because you can still do high, mid, then low. And you'll still get the same. So there could be, this part can be at different levels as long as this part is dropping off from this part. Like for example, I've done this diagram before. Oh, you agree again? Oh, okay. Then I have no idea what that's probably what you're talking about then. I have no idea. I have no idea what you're talking about anymore then. You're right. Phone conversations are tough. Well, we'll just say that we're both on the same page at this point.
Reiji.
Reiji. I think the nice thing is that you can do that in one of the nice things about Mandarin is you can do that, which is great. It provides a lot more flexibility than having to be pitch perfect, which that's kind of weird. I don't know. I would shudder at a language that requires pitch perfect. Oh, imagine going to someone and say, you had a G sharp right now. I need you to be, I need you to get down to like an F. All right. So we know that you started with a G sharp. So if you want to produce the second tone, you have to get down to an F. You gotta drop down to an F at least. That would kind of suck. I imagine there might be a language out there that involves like pitch separation, like how low is low, how high is high. I'm like, ugh, you just go lower. It's relative to the previous thing.
Heya.
You might as well start singing at that rate. Yeah. Heya.
午前。起きます。
台所。Yeah, so the one thing that when I started learning 2 years ago, I called the tones this way: 1 high, 2 rising, 3 low, 4 falling, and 5 neutral. I see. Interesting. Yeah, 1 high, huh? 1 high. I kind of like that. I like the high thing. Honestly, I haven't given a name to. I haven't given the name to any of them, like a name, like this type of word. It's always been like since I learned it now, right? It had been this the entire time. So I know I haven't actually even learned, except for neutral. Neutral I still write out, but I haven't learned anything outside the symbolism. High. Now we're gonna ridicule your not interesting. Rising I can get behind. Low, I don't know about. I don't know if I would say low. And then 4 falling makes reasonable. Yeah, reasonable. If for me to understand that way back then, I still call it that way sometimes. I see. Yeah, the low one is, this one's weird. Because, like if you get a 3-3, right? Or if you get any, like for example, if you get a 3 plus something, it becomes a 2 plus something. So unfortunately 3 is like a butthead. 3 is a butthead. But then I guess you could just say it's rising instead. Rising. And then rising can be both a 2 and a 3. So it's... Hello there, Yetter. Yeah, I noticed this earlier, and then it was confirmed by some other video. Like, I'm like, wait a minute. Like, for example, G, right? G. This one gets a lot of attention since it's a question one, and you have like G dian, right? G dian, and like G hao. Immediately, oops. Immediately you notice like, wait a minute. Nani? This is your brain. That's your brain on Chinese? Alright. I'm sure you're feeling more ordered than that. Silly goose. I got to listen to catching myself doing something else in Chinese later. I did look up some pinyin for Fujonese over the weekend. Or yeah, over the weekend, where that does not exist, or like the stuff that is very unique, like the ni versus the ni. And I'm like, oh yeah, that it does. They do write it this way. They do write it this way. I wonder when this is gonna come up. Can you think of a Mandarin word that uses this? I don't think so, right? Is there a Mandarin word that uses this pinyin? I haven't encountered one yet, so I can't think of one off the top of my head. Yeah, I can't think of one at the moment. Maybe there is one. Oh, yeah. Cantonese for sure. Cantonese for sure. I think. Oh, no. Like the triangle sharp tone pronunciation stuff. I like this stuff. This stuff, I remember I've done this accidentally all the time. I've done this accidentally while speaking Mandarin all the time. When I'm producing Mandarin, when I was when I didn't understand what tone markers are and all that stuff, I did this a lot at the end of words. So lots of Fujonese words end like this. Wa, like wa instead of hua. Hua, it just starts high and, you know, falls off, right? Hua. Wa. So it goes up and then goes back down, but it goes from a low position. Wa. So huji wa, as opposed to huji hua. So this stuff happens really often, and I thought that's how Mandarin sound. I thought that's how Mandarin sounds. So I remember reproducing, like pretending like I know how to speak Mandarin, but when I'm producing and I hear it and I'm like, why does it sound different? And now it's become pretty obvious that it's because I make this tone all the time. Oh, and it's fun to use Fujonese as the baseline, because diu is this, not diu jo, right? So you have jo, even if it's like standing alone, but then you have Jo. Jo. Like it's extended. So like you're getting like a smooth, and it's not at the end. So usually at the end you get that little rise in tone 3. But it's like it's longer. It's just smoother. And that's the little like U shape as opposed to a carrot. And it's kind of hard to describe because it kind of gives it away. When you're hearing someone say it, it's almost like you're slurring, like your words are being slurred. So hu jiu, I'm like hu jiu wa, hu jiu wa, as opposed to what? How do you say it in Mandarin? Hu jiu hua, yeah, hu jiu hua, hu jiu. So hu jiu hua. Or is it hu jiu hua? Hu jiu? No, hu. So 4 1 4. Hu jiu. Actually, I don't know about the first one. It could be hu jiu hua. It could be 2. And then for hu jiu wa, it's like that carrot with a U and 4. Hu, yeah, hu jiu wa. I'm trying to. I'm trying. A reason why you love Chinese in general. I think it's very melodic. I like it. It if you get closer to like the tones and stuff, it kind of sounds like you're just trying to like almost jazzy, like you're sliding in and out of things a lot of times, as opposed to being like sharp all the time. Although there's too much shushing. Well, sometimes shushing. Oh, you know what happened earlier today? My mother watches that one program that I was describing the other day, and she watched it on 2x speed. So there was one time I was upstairs when I was returning, and I swear all I heard was shushing for like double the speed. I feel like they just set the same shush the entire time, double speed. My mother, turns out that she does the same thing I do, where after we watched YouTube for a very long time, we would watch in double the speed. So I haven't ever heard Mandarin double the speed. I honestly haven't ever attempted to double speed Mandarin. But man, since shuz and stuff comes up so often, it almost sounds like that's all you hear at the end. Which is funny because here's the thing. In Japanese, there's this like meme that I really like from this one influencer, and it just there's this like meme where when Japanese people are in a hurry and they need to like abbreviate certain common phrases, especially Ohayo gozaimasu, it ends up just becoming and immediately that's a connection to Chinese, where when you speed up Chinese, when you speed it up like really really fast, all you probably hear is shh like brown noise, just shh all over the place. You're just shishing everywhere, and that's all you get. I honestly forget that there are any other syllables. Like it's unintelligible to me. All I can make out is I get overwhelmed by all the S sounds, the SH sounds, and then I forget all the other syllables. Like it's so overpowering. Occasionally you might like pick up something, but my mother was listening to it. I'm like That's like 80% of all the sounds you hear. I'm gonna do that this evening, just to say this. Can confirm this from being in VR chat servers for hours these past couple days. All I hear is just sh. Especially when people are talking over one another. Yeah. Yeah. One day we will also be shushers. Just shush all over the place. Meanwhile, nah, I think Japanese is good. Japanese is fine. There's something about it. What am I doing? There's a kitchen.
台所
台所が
があります。シャ
What is Cha doing
Cha.
here?
シャシャ
Oh, I was kind of trying to get Vikram to do the cha-cha.
シャシャシャシャシャシャ
Wait.
シャ
Oh, I can't tap it fast enough. You can't like do the cha-cha.
お風呂です。
Ofuro des.
風呂
Ofuro
です
des. Okay. All right, we need to complete this so we can get to the Chinese. I'm like being really chill today. I like being chill.
寝室
Shinshitsu. Oh my gosh. Shinshitsu. Alright. If I had to pick a combination of sounds for Japanese, it's probably this. They even look annoying. Shitsu. Shitsu. If you put like shitsu all over the place. I think it's second to shi. These are the two. For me, anyways. Shitsu, and shi. These are the two. And when you put it into words, and then it's basically showing and chewing. It's basically the showing and chewing together. Shitsu and shi. And the closest thing I can think of is like this is neutral. So you have to treat this kind of like a neutral, and then you're leaning into it. So shitsu, shitsu, shi. So shichi, and shitsu, like shinshitsu. Okay. It makes me want to spit. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, oh, you know what? You know what makes me want to spit sometimes? I always feel like I need to clear my throat when I'm speaking German. That sounds like it's such a stereotype, but I honestly, I kind of want to clear my throat every time it's a thing. But I like listening to German, but my my throat gets a little like I want to do that every time I'm trying to like reproduce a German phrase that I just heard. Less snake, more guttural. German was the first language you studied, and I felt that way all the time too. Fair enough. Fair enough. Like minds. Like minds.
Wa.
Eya wa. Asoko desu. Wait, no. That doesn't work. Oh, it's over here.
Koko desu.
What? That... I'm not sure how I feel about that one.
お風呂はどこですか?
Ofuro wa doko desu ka? Okay, I'm fine with this. Where is the bathtub? Oh, okay. My room is this way. Kochira desu. No? Watashi no heya wa kochira desu.
のこちらはです部屋
Sorry, I forgot the...
は
Although, alright, I still think onomatopoeia is kind of Japanese got the onomatopoeia game down packed though. You know, onomatopoeias. Actually, is that how you abbreviate onomatopoeia? Yeah. Where else can you find pika pika? Pika pika as an onomatopoeia and instantly also reminding you of Pikachu. You know? You know? That's exactly where it comes from.
寝室はここです。
Have you watched the clips? Kat, have you ever watched the clips where they took like, I don't know, 4 different language people or 5 different language people and they just named the Pokemon from like their region, and then just watch the people like laugh or look at each other funny whenever they find the oddball one out. I kind of like those. I enjoy watching those very often. Oh, you love those videos, Blair? Yeah, those videos are fantastic. Occasionally there'll be, oh yeah, actually that's really cool. That you never seen it? Oh yeah, those are really cute, especially when you get like really broad. It originally started with this couple who did it, an American Japanese couple. They were comparing, and the guy is the Japanese and the girl was American, and they would like say each other's, and the guy would have this like really funny expression every time they heard the English version of the occasionally it's like, ooh, that's pretty good, and then suddenly sometimes it's just like it doesn't help that some of the Pokemon names in Japanese are kind of sus. We talked about someone else shared this with me. Oh, I think it's Sub-Zero actually. Yeah, Sub-Zero I think is the one who learned a bunch of random Chinese, like lots of Chinese things by looking at the Chinese name of Pokemon. Perhaps you should talk to your friends about that. There's a lot of fun Chinese words in Pokemon names, and then you can compare with the English ones. There are really funny puns in them. Pretty sure it was Sub-Zero. Heya, yes. No. Shinshitsu wa koko desu.
寝室はここです。
Shinshitsu wa koko desu. Okay. Maybe my one friend knows because he knows some Japanese. Yeah, the one that I'm afraid that it's very clickbaity is magma. Magma. It has something to do with a booba. And then Magby? Was it Magby or something? The baby form? Magby is booby. Not that booby. Maybe it was spelled booby? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
部屋はどこですか?
Also, you mentioned Japanese Americans. The only time I've ever heard spoken in real life was when I was at a DMV last year, and this cute old couple was trying to help each other fill out the paperwork. Oh, Japanese American. Oh, yeah. So you heard that they need to fill in. Ah, yeah. I have met. Honestly, I can't. Off the top of my head, I can't. I can't even recall one interaction yet. Like a personal interaction with a Japanese American. They were talking to each other, trying to help each other right next to me. It was so wholesome. Uncle looked stressed though. Ugh. I can imagine. DMV. Who wouldn't be stressed? DMV. Heya wa doko desu ka? Okay. Okay.
台所はどこですか?
Alright, we're just asking where everything is. That's fine. Daidokoro this time.
寝室です。
Jeans. Yes. Alright. I get it. It is a bedroom. You know, I'm gonna defy. No. I don't want to defy Duolingo. Oh, they did go with Oh man. Okay. Just kidding. I was in defiance. Some of the Japanese ones are completely off the wall. I actually just studied the Pokemon names, much like the Pokemon. So, since you like it so much, yeah. Sub-Zero learned a bunch of Chinese words and stuff because Pokemon. And we did like a fun little evening talk about that kind of thing, which was really entertaining. I wonder how well Pokemon, like what level of comprehensible input Pokemon is the show. Because when I'm thinking about the English dialogue, it's for kids, like for kids TV. I mean, sorry, not like for kids as in it's for kids kind of thing, but I'm talking about like the dialogue level. Could watch Pokemon in general. Someone who knows the English one's incredible. It's fun trying to figure out where they got the translation from. Yeah. Someone from France, someone who spoke French talked about Ninetales, like the thing about Ninetales, and I have forgotten. It's a story about Ninetales though. How they came up with how the French translated the idea of 9 tails. Gandanza is literally the combo of 2 Pokemon. I have no Pokemon knowledge outside of like Gen 1 and 2. Occasionally I see things that I don't know what gen is from anymore.
Heya.
Heya. I will not go to the office. Aisha ni ikimasen.
会社に行きません。
Your last game was X. What is that? Which one's X? Andelor, and they I got Ray Quatsa? Wait, Quetz? I'm so that oh, gosh. English, please. That is X was the French region. Okay. I have no idea. You also play Sword, but that doesn't count. It was mid. My last Pokemon game was from 2013. My last Pokemon game was from... It's so long ago I had to count back. Hold up. I got this. My last Pokemon game was 21 years ago. My last Pokemon game was 21 years ago. What does that make it? 2003? Yeah, my last Pokemon game was 2003. I did watch a bunch of Pokemon shows though. After playing. Less mid than Scarlet and Violet. You played almost all the Game Freak games? Dang. Dedication.
起きません。
Fan. 起きません。
午前。行きません。起きます。0
I personally feel like Pokemon fell off after Sun and Moon. Actually, I played some of that one and also Sapphire. Now that I think about it, I see. What happened with my Pokemon? Oh, that's because I started doing Digimon. And then Digimon turned into Metabots. Then Metabots turned into Mega Man. And then Mega Man turned into Yu-Gi-Oh! And it just went through many other things. It's just next, whatever the next trend is, kept going. I don't think it's in that particular order. And then there was like a Zoid phase. There were Zoids. And then I think I fell off after the whole Beyblade thing. Like the whole like show that type of thing. The like really young shonen stuff. Then you went into like Naruto, Bleach, and the rest is history. Then it kept getting older and older. Then we started getting into like FMA, and then Attack on Titan. You grew up with Emerald. You have a Torchic tattoo? Oh man. Didn't know you were such a big fan. Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Naruto. Yeah, Naruto was almost like before I graduated high school. Yeah, it was still in high school. Naruto. Then Avatar happened. Avatar: The Last Airbender happened sometime in like the first year of college. My childhood was just Minecraft, Smash Brothers, and Terraria. Interesting, man. And some Guilty Gear. Man, when you said Terraria, holy heck, I was old when I was Terrariaing. Although I do like Terraria. Wait, Terraria quite a lot. Terraria made way to Stardew Valley. And I know I've seen you play Stardew Valley on Discord. So Terraria gave way to Stardew Valley. Which I still haven't revisited yet. I was like one of the early adopters. So I only like did 1.1, I think. Only up to 1.1. I haven't revisited after the 1.6. It's either 1.6 or 1.7 now. I went back for Terraria a couple times already. I haven't in the recent, though. Like the last 3 major patches. Minecraft is not one of those things I think of when I think childhood. I was well into being graduate when I got an interest in it. Yeah, I bought a closed beta key or closed alpha key. I don't remember how long back. And I still remember that Mojang asked me to migrate my Minecraft account. So I think I still have it somewhere. But I ultimately just bought Minecraft and that's it. I didn't quite actually even play Minecraft.
午前0時に寝ます。
I just wanted to be part of it. 午前
0時、0時、午前0時に寝ます。
午前
0
0
時。
時。
名前、
That's not it.
午前、
午前0時に午前0時に
寝ます。午前0時に寝ます。
Also reminiscing. Yeah, later on a bunch of people told me to go back to Minecraft, so I did. It was this one time when Minecraft was starting up on the RPing side of things. So this is before the eventual RPing of Minecraft becomes mainstream. Some people thought like, oh yeah, let's start an RP server. So that time was the one time I played. But the thing is, I didn't really play Minecraft. I was like on an RP server where this person was showing me how their RP server was getting off the ground. So in a parallel universe, take this with the greatest salt. In a parallel universe, I might not have gone to graduate school and became a Minecraft role player. Like in a parallel universe, it didn't take though. I didn't end up committing role playing, like doing RP episodes of Minecraft. This is before Yodcast and stuff, when everyone was like, oh yeah, that's so cool, we can do role playing with, you know, and the rest is history. You obviously to this day Minecraft role playing is a thing. Yeah, this is before Yodcast.
行きません。
行きません。
起きます。発線。午前。0時。
お風呂はどこですか？
I'm glad you have some exposure with Yodcast, the Yodcast. I did too for quite a while when they were making their Minecraft stuff. See, I stuck to the fan fiction chat room side of the internet while all that hit off. Oh, I see. So you were hitting up the fan fiction stuff. Are you a Redditor, Blair? Were you a Redditor back in the day? Wait, did you dip in 4chan? I didn't touch 4chan. I was in a different community before, when 4chan was around.
お風呂はどこですか？
お風呂はどこですか？
どこですか？
God, no. Okay. Just checking. What about MySpace, Blair? I think we might be going too far back where a cat might not be part of this. Cat, were you around when MySpace was a thing? I don't know anymore. I don't know how far this is going back. Or what about Napster? Ah, oh, jeez.
風呂。会社。牛乳。
台所。
寝室。午後10時半頃に寝ます。
午後10時半頃。頃 something. 寝ます。Sure.
午後
午後
10
10時
半
半
頃
頃
ね
ね
に
もうにno, no, no. Just name
ま
off.
す。
Wait.
午後10時半頃に寝ます。午後10時半頃に寝ます。
You were a baby still when MySpace was still around? Okay. I've only browsed 4chan with a VPN I have. Had a MySpace, but I'm pretty sure that was when Facebook kicked off. Very vague memory of ye old MySpace customization. Yeah. In terms of Facebook, I was part of the time when Facebook launched as a college-only networking site. When they first tested for college students only, and then they expanded to I forgot in which order. It's either high school first only or college only. And it was by you need to have like a student credential to have a Facebook account. That's where they started, where they were targeting students. It was supposed to be a student network. And I still remember the day when they started including like other school related things, and then the day when they went public, and then it was open access to anyone. There was a time when all the people in the Facebook network were part of academics, interestingly enough. And you don't hear about that part too much unless you just happen to be in the target audience when Facebook was trying to launch. Unfortunately, I had a really bad arc in your life where I used 4chan in my younger teenage years. Oh, okay. But luckily I'm past that because that was just cringe. Oh, well, learn life lesson. Life lesson. Yeah, 4chan was something else. Even when I had no involvement in it, 4chan somehow bleeds into everything. That's just, my brain says that LAN party era things of the internet. Yeah. I still remember when people had to bring their consoles over to each other's house and have access to multiple TVs in order to have some semblance of a LAN party. Oh, I still remember in my head what the original battle.net GUI interface looked like. And it is pretty rustic. I still remember the first days of battle.net when Blizzard tried to create a stable multiplayer experience.
午後10時半頃に寝ます。
Man, those are the times. I can't even describe to you. Oh, wait, I can, sort of. We didn't have much. So back in the day, just think of a very narrow passage, right? Here's a very narrow passage. And then you have a cabinet here, okay? You have a cabinet here. It like folds open. It's like a 2-folder cabinet. And there's a kitchen sink over here. Right? Kitchen sink, you're looking down the pathway. And my father managed to buy me, like, he spent a lot of his hard-earned money. He bought me a computer. And my monitor would be right here. Right? My gigantic CRT. Right? And I would sit here and play with this like keyboard jammed into that sharp like kitchen counter. And that's where I would play Warcraft 2. Like for hours. And right outside would be the living room. It's the small kitchen cutouts. And the faucet would be over here. There would be like a microwave here. And I would be right in front of the storage closet where we put food. And the computer would be right there. Right next to it. The width is like 2-person width. It would be enough space for 2 people. And that's how I remembered it. And if I go back to that room today, I will know exactly where my computer was. Yeah, not much in the form of living space back in the day. It feels very much like you had to have been here when this stuff happened. I'm on the edge of my seat here. I didn't have many friends with this stuff. Yeah, fair enough. Understandable. Yeah, just gotta be there.
会社
Aisha.
牛乳
Shinshitsu.
台所
Daidokoro. Alright. Now we gotta look at. You kind of love imagining that. I still remember my when I was 4. Here's a vivid memory. 4. If you look top down, so here's the layout. Here's the floor plan. Right. Right here is the entrance door. We used to live in subsidized housing, so without sounding too like potentially derogative, these are China houses. So these China houses in New York, it's kind of like the projects. This is the hallway, you know, and then there's another room, there's another apartment right next door. So if you walk into here, right, you're gonna have one hallway. This is the hallway, right? This is a room, and you're gonna have lots of all your kitchen stuff right here, and the bathtub is right here. So this would be where the bathtub is, and then there'll be on this kitchen stuff. This can act as a table to do homework, and then when you walk through here, there's like a doorway. And it leads to a bedroom, which is just big enough to fit one bed. And then there's a hallway here where there's a cutout, and that's the toilet. And that's used to be where we lived. That's the layout of the apartment. So most of the time, there's one queen size bed here. It fits right into the house. And then the AC unit would poke out above the bed. And then there would be like this corner toilet here. And then the bathtub would be in the kitchen, right across from, usually there's a rice cooker here. And then there's like a sink somewhere here. And then we use the same table over here for multi-purpose. And usually I'm doing my homework here. Yeah, that's where we used to live. Like, it's very vivid. And then there's a window here. The reason why I know the AC unit is here is because I remember back in the day, my father gave me like these toy cars, right? These toy cars. This toy car, and I remember sitting on the bed, and I like ran my car across the window, like ledge things, and then like on top of the AC unit, and then pretend like it's going really fast. So I have like very vivid memories still around like as young as 4 years old. And there was the reason why I know this setup is because I remember doing my homework here, and I had an accident. I burned my entire left arm. The scar tissue, like you can no longer see it anymore, but there used to be a rice cooker here, and you know the rice cooker does this like jiggling thing. It's like an old rice cooker, and then the foam comes out, and then I opened the rice cooker thinking I could like help my mom or something, and obviously as a kid you don't understand how steam works, right? How steam works. So when you lift it, I got 2nd-degree burns through my left arm from the burn. So it's because I was doing homework here right next to the rice cooker. That's kind of like the layout. And if you're wondering how big this space is, I think it's, I'm gonna say maybe if you imagine like a standard dorm, it might be like 20% bigger than a dorm. Yeah. I still remember that. Yeah, it's on my left arm. You can kind of still see it. Interesting, right? Life. Yeah, my parents, we humble beginnings. Humble beginnings. That's insane. I've never, not gonna lie, that's a studio size for what, a 2-person family or more? Yeah, 4. Family of 4. Because my sister is 9 months younger than me. So it was my mother, my father, and me and my sister. Before the age of 5. At 5 years old, we moved. We moved out. And the rest is history. Yeah, it's subsidized government housing. It's kind of similar to like the projects, but these are like, they're retroactively, they were referred to as China house, as in like you have lots of immigrants and you needed to have a very high efficiency place to house immigrants. So that's usually where you end up. They're incredibly affordable. They're still there now, right? Like if you go to New York City and you go to like very specific parts of Manhattan, downtown Manhattan, downtown Manhattan, you'll see those buildings. Those buildings are still there. Like if you had that same space, which is the same space, this little, like, you can like do one path in, and you can have like double bunk beds on both sides. So you can house 4 people by having bunk beds going up, and there's only one way in and one way out, and it's probably like a single person length. I still remember I can probably describe the layout of my oldest aunt's, my father's sister, place. And they're still there now to this day, actually. At least my aunt is. I remember some of the really crappy homes we lived in when I was 7. We lived amongst gang violence and bad stuff. Yeah. I think the nice thing about my childhood was it was Chinatown. So the thing is, that's actually a cultural thing. Like being jammed into a house and living really, really tight and stuff, you make do with everything. But the community is what people would go through for that. Like you lived in that because you can be around your immigrant family, like the other immigrant family. So ultimately the community was very safe. It was like very homey. But the living conditions are probably not what a lot of people, like the house that my folks and I live in now is probably 6 times the living space that my family actually still occupied way back. It's the front yard is bigger than the apartment. just the front lawn that my father finds very like peaceful maintaining is bigger than the apartment we lived in. Just the front yard. And then we're talking about like a standard suburban house yard. My family isn't like on an acre of land or something like that. You never had experiences of that growing up, honestly, which I think is a disservice. So sometimes there's fondness in humbling experiences when you think back. I think my parents, those were definitely trying times. However, nowadays you just look at it with some sort of legacy, proudness. From like 3 to 8, I lived in those kind of same dangerous places. It sucked, and the apartments were always really small and rough. Lots of roaches too. Yeah, lots of roaches for sure. I still remember like trips to the laundromat and whatnot. So interesting. I grew up in a 2-story house with a pool. I have incredibly limited memories of the townhouse we lived in before that. Dang, Blair. Dang. That we all live with our circumstances, right? That sounds like you had a wonderful environment, hopefully, right? And I can only be happy for people to have things like that, in my opinion. I think probably did a lot to get those, get that 2-story house with a pool. I'm trying to think of other things, but generally speaking, whenever I think about the studio apartment I lived in for 7 years for graduate school, that's what it reminded me of. It reminded me of my first home, the home I was raised in, because my studio apartment in graduate school for one person, it's an efficiency apartment, and it's below average. It's like smaller than the average apartment. Is bigger than the living space that my entire family occupied when I was growing up. Like, my living space alone was considered incredibly small and non-functional. My efficiency studio, I paid like nearly $1,000 a month for. It was very privileged. I was very lucky, but I do know the bond of community as well. Yeah. I think one being able to appreciate the privilege they have is also much more important than the idea of people should be feeling guilty or whatnot of their privilege. I think being aware of that privilege is says a lot about someone more than not understanding their privilege. Like, I'm very privileged now, so I can earnestly say that I'm very comfortable in saying how life was back then. It's very place of fondness. When I was growing up, though, privilege was a status symbol, and that was not so great. Nowadays, it's less common, but privilege used to be a status symbol when I was growing up, or at least where I was growing up, and when I was growing up. I think our society, or I'm gonna say conservatively, the communities that I've been around has been a lot more enlightened as to where privilege comes from and how privilege can be leveraged to benefit this, the community as a whole, as opposed to using it to tear apart a community. I feel like that has happened quite a lot in my childhood. It is used to exclude and ostracize. Nowadays, I don't use privilege like that. I don't use the word privilege like that. It's more like, if I have privileges, then that means I am able to contribute disproportionately with less total of my resources than someone who is not privileged. So what I mean by that is, I remind myself, the more privilege I get, the less expense it would be for me to allocate some of that privilege outwardly, right? So the higher your privilege becomes, the more impactful a small amount or percentage of that can make a difference, as opposed to the other way around, where you're always constantly underprivileged. Then you feel like no matter how much privilege you have, it's insignificant to make a difference, which is kind of not a way that I like to think about it. Seeing that my parents came from that position, or my family came from that position. All right, enough nostalgia. Nostalgia hits you pretty hard And I feel like as I keep getting older and older, I'm just gonna be reminiscing more and more the human condition, if you will.
Hachi. Ji. Han.
Hachichi han. No, wait.
Gozen.
Gozen. Hachichi. Hachichi han.
Ni.
Ni. Okimasu.
Mas.
私の部屋はこちらです。
Okay. Weird fetish. Weird bias, though. I think my parents like warped my feelings about cramped spaces when I was young, because growing up in a small apartment like that makes me absolutely love tiny houses and like Japanese mini apartments. I don't know. There's something about being in a small cramped space that makes me feel at home. Sorry for all the claustrophobic people, but there's something so elegant and satisfying about a highly efficient space. Like for instance, what you see now, this wall right there and this wall, it's very, very close together. It seems like it's far away, but my room, the current room that I'm operating in is incredibly small. Like it is just enough for me to path out and path back in to where I'm sitting. My bed is like on the ground right here. The only thing that separates me from this wall and my bed is a shoulder length of a mat on the ground. So I've operated very, very well in small spaces before, and whenever I look at like tiny houses, like in Japanese style efficiency homes, it makes me like something about it makes me feel very homely. So growing up in small places feels all right. In fact, large spaces kind of scare me a little. Like large vacant spaces kind of wigs me out a little bit. I'm very claustrophobic, but I can see how it could be cozy. Like if I have a very small space, I would just drape it in cloth and like soft things and like make all the things as functional as possible. There's just something so wonderful about optimizing a very small space. And I can understand the claustrophobic nature. When I was growing up, here's one last little thing. I was so used to growing up in the living room that it took me a very long time to get used to having a room. In fact, when we first moved into this house, most of my life was spent in the living room. I had a room, it's right above me. The very room that from the age of 13 to the age of 18. However, I still didn't use that room. I usually lived before 18. I've always lived in the living room. Like literally when we have guests or people walk through, my mattress is slap dead in the living room. Like I've always lived, I lived most of my life without a quote unquote bedroom. So and it didn't change until we went to college. But here's the Skippy. College, the dorms, there wasn't a living room. It's just the bedroom, right? So the bedroom is the common area. And then when we finally got an apartment with my best friends, we lived in a loft style place. So all the bedrooms were contiguous with the living room. Like no doors, like there weren't doors or anything that closed off the rooms. There were just pathways that lead to the room. It was only until after college that I had like a housemate. I went into a house and we had rooms. Then when we immediately after graduate school, I had a studio apartment, so everything was in one room. The only thing that was cut out was the kitchen and the bathroom. And to this day, the longest time I've ever been inside a room is now, the last 5 years, 5 or 6 years. I've actually been in a closed room. Oh, I lied. The last 3 years, because the first 2 years, this whole setup was in the middle of the other living room, the lower level room, which was contiguous with the living room that my parents occupied. But the downside was it was very difficult because my parents their speaking voice is very loud, so it would trigger everything. So everyone would constantly hear things. But then I eventually moved into it. If you're thinking, well, what about when you're studying and when you're in the lab? In the lab, all the office space and the desk space is contiguous with the laboratory space. So I never had a room of my own, even in a professional setting. I didn't have an office ever in my life. So it's always been in a common area. I have been that person where I shared space with people. I had a recent conversation with someone saying like, oh, isn't it like, it's understandable having random roommates. People don't want to like share a common room. And I'm like, I can understand that to some extent, but I haven't ever empathized with that. I've shared common space pretty much my entire life. So it's more the norm and being in a room alone is a little bit less comforting than sharing a room where lots of people just go through. It's a weird thing, but I still am very fond. Like, my parents would spend so much money getting a place and there'd be a bedroom for me, and I would prefer to just sleep on the couch where everyone just hangs out. Like, legitimately, someone would be watching TV, my sister would be like constantly non-stop messaging, and I'd be asleep on the couch right in the middle of everyone gathering around the TV and just hanging. My father actually does the same, only now it's just my mother and so my father would sometimes sleep in the room, but every midday he would be sleeping on the couch next to my mother doing whatever she's doing on the iPad and stuff, and my father would be just chilling on. We've always like gotten this impression of sharing a common area. So having doors and stuff is kind of weird. It's a I almost even say it's like a Western-y like thing since we've been here. And obviously we have no locks, we have nothing. My father would just open the door whenever it comes. So every once in a while, during a stream I just randomly like dart my eyes to the other side and start talking, is because my parents open the door. Like, not like, you don't do things in the idea that your private space is your space. At least that's just like a thing we grew up. Your room is extremely tiny and my PC, shelf, and bed barely fits. But after almost 10 years of living in this same apartment, you definitely get used to the tight space though. I do wish it was bigger, man, because I spend a lot of time in my room. I'm just a neat, I guess. Fair enough. Optimizing the space is so real. I think I have it in one of the most optimal ways right now, so I can fit the most stuff. I see. I'm lucky to have my own space pretty much my entire life. I've been 10 years old. Yeah, and it's kind of hard to express that joy that you have. I think most of my life, lots of people express the joy of having their own space, and I can see that. Maybe when I continue to grow older and older, I would begin to appreciate what it's like to have my own space. Generally speaking, I think still the vast majority of my life was with the commons. So, oftentimes when I have a space to my own, and it's not like some really, really small closet or something where I have just enough space for everything I own, which is not very much, by the way. You just need a floor plan for a bed. I could even put the PC on top of the bed. So like double bunk it, like a loft situation or something. That'd be pretty chill. Otherwise, larger spaces would only occur if I'm sharing it with, if it's a communism. Hey, Okami. Konnichiwa. O genki desu ka? Genki desu. Okami-sama. My cousin, for example, have not had their own space until literally like 4 years ago. They're definitely used to all living in the same room and all sharing the same everything. I wonder how they feel now that they have their own space. Maybe they feel like the way I do. It's weird. I'm gonna be honest. I'm still trying to fill in the spaces. Nice, Okami. I'm glad to hear that you're in good health. How are you? How are you? 最近どうですか? Or maybe 最近何をしましたか? Yeah, I think having my own space means I have to fill it functionally. So it's kind of something that I would have to know that I need a space for before I get the space. I feel a lot of times when people look for space, they look for the potential of the space as opposed to the exact usage of the space. Like, oh, I need this space now. They tend to look at it from the perspective of here's a potential of the space, and whether that comes to pass, it's not like you're traveling today. Oh, home. Wait, are you traveling right now, or are you like in the middle of your transit? 私の部屋はこちら。こちらです。Oh, nice. Well, I hope you're having a safe and entertaining trip. Where are you coming from, Okami? Were you vacationing at all? Where's the big department store? 大きい店ね? Oh,
デパート
I was thinking 店。デパートはどこですか？どこね? Oh.
ありますか？
ありますか？どこにあります？ Yep, that's fine. I got so occupied that I didn't study a single Japanese lesson. I was so angry. I already forgot stuff. Traveling from Egypt to United Arab Emirates. Nice. I did too. To some extent. I just got back from a convention and we're trying to take it easy, so try not to be too tough on oneself, ease back in. So I've been chilling, yapping. We've been yapping most of the time.
8時頃に学校へ行きます。
8時頃に学校へ Yeah, leading back in. 8時頃
6時頃に起きます。
6時頃に起きます。6時頃に。Alright. You're about to get Shashinko? Ooh, as soon as you get home. I'm looking forward to what you think about Shashinko. Shashinko just recently got a update actually. Now you can view your photos in full screen. So you can like really, I don't know. That's just feature update, I suppose. All right. So we did finish the lesson, but I went way over time. So we're going to finish the kanji section tomorrow. Describe your home. Oh, that's interesting. We'll have more conversations about describing your home later. We gotta switch gears now, though. I gotta switch to our Chinese lesson. And I gotta do my review and stuff. So, that's a wrap for Japanese today. Actually, yes. Well, I think I've gotten most of the characters down, so not too bad. We'll slowly go back and catch up and whatnot. Boarding time? Good luck. Have a safe trip, Okami. Yeah. Catch you tomorrow. Catch you tomorrow, Okami. Maybe after you try out Shashinko and stuff. Or play Shashinko while you're at. You're back to sleep late again? I don't know. I feel pretty rested. So I don't know my schedule is gonna go back to the way it is. It might be like an hour or two earlier. I usually adapt my sleep schedule pretty quickly. Yeah, I'm so used to typing in Chinese now I almost added a ma at the end. Oh well, you can ma away. Back to sleep late again. I'm trying to think of what the words I would use. Okay, so that's a wrap for Japanese today. We, leaning back in. Take home message. Well, what's a good take home message? Conventions are wonderful. I think once in a lifetime or maybe once a year, go to a convention. You know what? What's even awesomer? If you're if you're language learning, find something that you can use your target language in at a convention, because I think it truly does violate lots of social norms that to promote people to come together and use and violate as in like an advantageous thing, right? It breaks down barriers. Like going to a convention is the icebreaker. You know what I mean? Like it's a place where the moment you step into the convention, you're already ice broken. And that's kind of lowers the barrier to make friends. And I actually am thinking that low key next year when I prep everything, I will likely meet my first native speaking Japanese friend at Otakon. Maybe even a Chinese friend. I don't know yet. Although I do have some staff members who are Chinese and Taiwanese. So that might already started happening already. In fact, I have a close person who also speaks Cantonese. So, however, Japanese, I have a distinct feeling. Otakon is probably where I'm going to find someone that I connect with. And Spanish, probably, as well. Yeah, convention. 100% cosplay at a con one of these years. Very cool. Yeah. Alright. That's probably the take-home message. Cons, once a year, maybe once every 2 years. If you're a language learner, I think finding a con that centers around a particular culture, like a culture con, something that centers around the target language's culture, is absolutely fantastic. If it second to that, if it involves a hobby of that culture, it's one of those small moments to break ice and be able to use your target language without the setting of, oh, is this unnatural in public and all that other stuff. I think you can actually skip that step pretty regular. It's a very rare, like, it's frequent. There are lots of conventions of every type everywhere, of course. However, for the very explicit nature of bridging gaps, cultural norms, and a place that naturally has an ice-breaking component, like a compromising component, where the level of understanding is the whole point of being there. Gotta find time for adventuring. That's my plug. I'm just saying, I'll throw that idea in the head, into the pool of suggestions. Not necessarily a guarantee thing or not a guarantee thing. The idea is to keep on encouraging people, find other ways to engage. There's something really special about the interactions at conventions, because it's still a person-to-person interaction, right? And yes, we have many digital analogs of that at the moment, and that just adds on top of it. Okay. Or, additional alternatives. With that said, I'm gonna take a break. For all the Japanese learners out there, thanks for hanging out. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. And I'm gonna get up, stretch, and I'll be right back. Thank you.